Hey Nike's fan, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, everyone. We are waiting 4 minutes until the league starts. We just finished recording the Dev Diary rundown for today for Victoria 3. It's uploaded, but it's currently processing. I think our recording is over an hour. Or our recording is over an hour. Oh, the checks are complete? Alright, it's going to go live now. And so that'll be big. Really kind of excited about some of the stuff in there. It is a 67-minute Dev Diary rundown, though. Hardly the rundown. We got distracted. We definitely got distracted, chat, by philosophy discussions. And so it do be like that sometimes. League starts in a little bit less than 4 minutes. I think if we had more time before the league started, we'd maybe try and construct some sort of Atlas plan, Atlas tree. I didn't do Necropolis League, so I'm not 100% sure what the content's going to look like. This is going to be Necropolis plus Settlers League. Very excited about it. We are running up in Standard currently because that won the poll. I guess we could show that it won the poll. You guys voted to play on softcore rather than hardcore. I've never played on softcore before, so this will obviously be easier. And we'll be able to try out builds. I think I'll be able to make videos better for this on softcore as well, because dying won't just like reset basically what you can do. So it'll be nice. But you guys voted for softcore. Technically, you guys voted for a cooking stream over Path of Exile reset, but it do be like that. So let's see how many people we got kind of cooking around in the streets. Alright, we got a couple people. I have been, in terms of enjoyment, Path of Exile has been really high for me recently. Haven't played it in a couple weeks because the league was kind of getting old, but now we have a little bit of a reset, a new economy, and so kind of excited for this. I will try not to play too much Path of Exile, though, because obviously everyone wants the Victoria 3 content, more so than the Path of Exile content. I could also just shoot to make a ton of Victoria 3 content in the nearest future, because there is going to be a dry spell, a content dry spell for people immediately preceding 1.8. The league starts in 1 minute, but there tends to be a dry spell because all the content creators are playing the new patch, but they are embargoed from, being able to show stuff, so, or any new stuff. So they're making content they'll release on the day, and then there's a glut of content. And I think in theory, 30 seconds. In theory, it might be like really good to release content. Well, in theory, what you do is like if you get the patch 2 weeks early as a creator, you want to cook up a bunch of videos 3 and 4 weeks early, and have them releasing the couple of weeks early. The dry spell, much like the fields of Yiling, as Liu Bei marched his army to attack Lu Jun. Indeed. Couldn't have said it better myself. Alright. I need to set it to a hotkey here. I don't have a hotkey for move only. I should. I know some people use spacebar. It's only like really important, particularly important in leveling. See, that way I can manage my inventory or look at my skill tree and keep walking at the same time in terms of speed running. But I'm also just not that cool, to be honest. Like, there are other leaks in my ability to run the early phase. bit of holoc thing. What's this league stuff? This is Necro Settlers. I don't know exactly what's in here just yet. We will find out kind of soon enough what is exactly in the Necro Settlers League. I mean, it's Settlers. There isn't like an adjustment patch as far as I know. Look at all the people running around.
I know you. Lionel's God hasn't demanded what little help I can offer.
So I think we equip this and then sell the rest. I think we're supposed to ID.
Be well.
Just talk to everyone.
Stay sharp out there.
We do want rolling magma. Something like this. Have you been enjoying Romance 8? I actually was a little bit underwhelmed. We've only played it on stream. I've only played like 20 hours total. We haven't completed the Lu Jun playthrough. And if I'm being honest, like it is a remake game, so to some extent we should have been expecting it to like feel like a remake, but like just overall wasn't. I mean, I think I actually prefer playing 14, and I think 14. I think the best ones were 10 and 11. We have been playing it a little bit, though. Oh, that's gonna take us forever to do. Let's ignore it. Or let's rip. Definitely gonna try and play a little bit tight, but... No, we're just supposed to ignore. We're playing loose because we're playing software. Let's not do that. Oh, I don't know what that is. It does have, it does feel incredibly shallow compared to previous entries. Like, the thing that was supposed to be neat about it was the dynamic system for, like, quests. Or something like that, and, like, it just... I don't know, it just isn't there for me. We're probably going to eventually finish the... Actually, I don't even think we're going to finish the Lu Jun campaign, to be honest, because there's other stuff I want to focus on. And if I was... like, Romance was supposed to be, like, kind of a little bit of a self-indulgent one, where I'm not expecting to do too good on the viewership. But that's okay, because I'd be enjoying myself, but, like... I'm probably going to be having rather played this. Ooh, is this a rip? These Roas, man. We would really like a wand that gives plus to fire spells. Forget what the crafting is for that. I mean, we need fire. Also not familiar with the meat stick. This must be a Necropolis thing. Wow, he has... We're not even hurting him in the slightest. Alright, we'll ignore him then. We'll keep going along here. Did we hurt these guys at all? I guess I'm not understanding what's going on exactly. Probably, while we have the thing, we probably should try and kill some Roas and stuff. While we have the shrine. But But I didn't do Necropolis League, so I don't know exactly what the content is. Another reason to play softcore, I suppose. Because these, like, I mean, we're doing non-zero damage to them, but very little. We'll just keep going on. Oh, what the fuck is... Just go through. There we go. Okay, so we have to pick what we want. Or something like this. "14 was more enjoyable to watch, IMO." Yeah, I can see that. Hey Philly-Mon, how's it going? This is not Spreadsheet Simulator, this is PoE Build Simulator. Yeah, I mean, it's a different type of spreadsheet. This would be a game Victoria 3 YouTuber plays? Yeah, as far as ARPGs go. Generally kind of a fan of this.
Yes?
Let's ID this. Cast speed. I think we're gonna sell everything. Just try not to die there. Looking for +1 fire skills would be really nice. Or something that's got a few links. Don't want to quite use... I mean, we could get a helmet with some links. This is a 3-link. I think we want to swap onto that, weapon-wise. Would love a scepter that gives +1.
Farewell.
Is that... Do we want that on Q? W. We'll just put it on both now.
What little
And
help
then
I can
see if we can buy from her. Totem.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Alright. We're doing pretty good. We gotta... Man, people are fucking so fast with this game. So here, why don't we kill her? Ooh, why don't we get killed by her, basically? More like. So we can do this. Huh. Oh, we can decide what to give on each of these? Did you get a chance to go through the dev diary today? Yeah, I just published the rundown for it. Like a couple minutes after going live, because it wasn't ready yet. This guy we can kill. Really struggled with the first guy. Interesting. I guess we'll get the hang of this Necropolis stuff as we continue through. You see that kind of thing there? There's Blaze, the G-Daddy himself. It was really long. Yeah, my voice is a little scratchy after just like shouting at the mic for 70 minutes, basically. I beat the story in this game a few times. Yeah. Problem with the game is that optimal play seems to be balanced around trading. You can play SSF specifically, though. Which is solo self-found, where there's no trading at all, and you do all the crafting yourself. I'm guessing the meta of revving and letting momming saving you is going away. Yeah, that looks like that might be going away, which I think is overall a good thing. We're selling all this. I forget if we're supposed to ID before we sell here. I think if we have the wisdom scrolls, it gives us better stuff.
Goodbye.
So, gotta stay sharp out there.
Alright. I think there's a lot of metagame changes, things that will happen though. Oh my god. Is this what we beat our doom? I forgot we had frostbite. But
The path becomes clearer each bloody step.
do they change the layouts? No way they changed the layouts. Thought I remembered it going up in the cavern. Oh, if we had a plus fire wand, this would be so much faster. We'd be able to get by with just single casting a lot of this stuff. In order to do enough damage. I think this is the crab thing, which we don't want. To do yet. We're not like, we want to be a little bit higher level so we can clear it faster. Vine Circlet without any good sockets for us might be a no-no. I just like can't be worth doing, to be honest. Still figuring out this. I wonder if we're supposed to start a new character just to get another class.
Stay sharp.
Yes?
All cold skill gems. Unfortunate. I think we're supposed to be picking up more stuff to sell. We don't really have the sockets
Still alive.
for stuff anyway.
Stay sharp out there.
Also, I thought you might be interested to know that I let my Great Britain play run overnight and finished with 15.8 billion GDP, having real difficulty with lag. It do be like that. Also screwed up my companies. I forgot to change them before becoming LF. Yeah, rip. Ericsson is a bitch to get the prosperity bonus. Why, which one's Ericsson again? Is that even worth using? They nerfed it, right? For endgame, like Nokia is better, isn't it?
Must have time to gather.
Maybe I'm just a hater. I don't know why the hell I'm doing this. Well, I guess we're gonna get a bunch of uncommon items. It's the education access. I was really behind on tech. I think they like uber nerfed it anyway, right? Or maybe I'm misremembering. We have 3 link up there. Oh, I should have gained more levels. I'm so used to doing this with +1 gem, like, equipment and twink gear at this point. This is not the soup I'm swimming in, my guys. I guess we're getting it, but like, we should just be pushing and gaining levels right now. You didn't have trench at the end of the game? Yeah, if you're going for a GDP max thing, it's bad to world conquest as early as you did. What does this give? Energy shield. Let's roll the dice. Move speed, please. No move speed, boys. It's Jover.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Chamber of Sins, holy shit, people are fast. And look at Noki, it might be better. It gives the equivalent that gives, yeah, it's like 1/10 what it used to be. Or something like that. I'm not sure if it's bad, I'm still able to finish Society and Production Tech. We'll finish the game with almost 2 billion pops. Can't remember how much pops I had at the end of my UK run. Although I didn't play to 36, so...
Must have time to gather.
What is this thing inspired doing here? Oh, this is my end. I think there's a few times where we would have died if we didn't buy the very early coral ring or whatever. Well, jeez, feels like there's so many mobs here. But it is the Necropolis stuff that we're not familiar with. Kind of coming in. Could kill this guy for currency. I kind of don't need it. That hurt. We also have like no damage, man. Please be move speed. I think we're just gonna not really read those too much. Most of my world conquest I end with 1.5 billion. I use a remaining counter which gives 20% oil extractor throughput. Yeah, I'm not sure how good I think that one is. If it's like best in slot at the end. It was a crazy difference I wasn't expecting. With getting the extra 33% pops. Mate, you are already sleeping on that chair. Go to bed already? What are you talking about? Bruh. That's bad. If we already look sleepy. We have no regen, so... Probably use the Ox on boots, especially if we can find ones with a few links.
Must have time to gather.
It's a little Legion thing. Your eyes were closing? Yeah, maybe we are just tired. Failed to join any incidences. Those posts came out of order. The amount of pops I finished with surprised me. Getting India and China with healthcare and food mandate meant I was able to grow pops faster than I could, and 40k construction at the end. Only 40,000 rookie numbers. But yeah, that's like why China is maybe the best theoretical GDP. You also have like sericulture. It also might be shenanigans where you start as China and then you swap to Sweden for the mines throughput, but at the same time, I think that probably I don't know how well the global resources support, like what type of balanced economy they support, but I think it's probable that also China's new army bonus, that's a free money modifier, is what you lean into at the very end. Specifically producing a ton of explosives for boats. Like if you just spam the underwater boats or whatever, not the subs but the other one. I think that might be the proper way to go about the thing. Because explosives are insanely good. Not because they're good like themselves, but because they use sulfur as an input, which is something you like kind of want to be on board with. So I just don't know what the sulfur demand normally looks like on a like global scale. Like relative to like if you build all the sulfur mines on the entire Earth with a kind of normal looking economy, do you run a shortage? And I don't know the answer to that, is what I'm saying.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
Little frogs. CPU was melting. Yeah, I got so burnt out. Like, honestly, like, I should not have done the UK business. I knew people cared about and were interested in seeing that type of thing, and that's why I did it, but I so regret it, because, like, honestly, my enthusiasm for the game, like, tanked super hard when I did that. I was like, bro, I don't want to be here. And I don't think I'm going to do another World Conquest-y, like, try to optimize thing, like, to that extent again. I think I could just like theorize about it without actually doing it. Like I do think I learned a lot from that run, but like I think doing it again wouldn't. Maybe I don't regret it, but like it definitely felt bad. Trying to do it in front of him so it bounces twice. I think we're gonna go back. We have to use a portal scroll though. Increased experience. Why don't we give quants to the leader? It's so weird not watching people not die in this like chat off to the side. We can't just like one-tap stuff the way we want to. Whoa, 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 whoa. The fuck is that? I'm so glad we didn't play on hardcore. I would be stressed out so much if playing on hardcore, having to run these like guys where we don't know what anything does. I'd be fucking stressing. I'm not sure China would end up with more pops unless you catch and release. I think Great Britain has more capacity to build bureaucracy than China. Yeah, I'm never asking you to do a world conquest again. Yeah. Half my world conquest runs, I don't even finish conquering the world. I just think my Belgium run where I stopped it when there were no more GPs. Yeah, like a lot of times you like know what's gonna happen and like actually executing it just like seems gratuitous. Something that I think is interesting is like since I started making videos for the game, like my attitude on some things has just like changed a lot, which like I really don't care about achievements anymore. Because like people can just look at how I play and think I either play good or bad, like independent of like any amount of achievements, so they're just kind of irrelevant. Those guys are fucking hurt a lot. I don't think they're worth us killing. We're getting trapped in a corner. Trapped by our own devices. The layering of curses and having this going on is also like a vibe. Or like these hard like mobs. Reminds me of Diablo. Your wife loves this game. This is basically Diablo, yeah.
Your answer's here, heretic.
Oh, we're at 99% experience. Actually, going back just to kill one mob is like probably super not worth it on softcore. Like on hardcore, it's like, okay, I have another level. This is like meaningful, but actually even then, you're probably just supposed to be like, actually I'm just too handsome to die to Brutus. It's actually the real method. Actually, you're just supposed to watch your XP bar and manage it. I think we're gonna Portal Scroll anyways. So let's Portal Scroll and see if we can get something that helps us. As well as sell. Alright. That does like nothing for us, so I think we're just gonna sell that off. These 2 mana flasks, alright. Rawhide boot, here's to them being move speed. They're not. I mean, we could ID this. Maybe it's got something good on it, but I mean, it's better than what we're wearing, I suppose. Off chance that we get plus. Oop. Oop, oop, oop. That might be worth using, actually. We can figure out our gems without it, which we kind of can. +1 to all fire skill gems is nice.
Yes?
We'd like +2 more, but
Be well.
it'd just do be like that. Also has percent fire damage though. Cry is level 9 just from the gem. Doesn't have a level requirement, so this is gonna be really good when we like want to run again, or want to do the leveling process again. We didn't even talk to what's his name for reward.
You made it.
We still don't have a single gem link, which is definitely a problem. We can buy this and then sell it for a crown, but I think our transmutes are going to be more useful right now. We don't actually... We actually need wisdom scrolls. So let's do this. Just looking for run speed stuff, or if we can get a link that's reasonable. To be fair, we need like gems.
Stay sharp out
A lot of gem slot stuff going on. We'll just keep moving with our staff. Hey, Kavikende. How's it going? Oh, we did the wrong thing. My kingdom for an orb of binding. What the frick is... What are you guys doing here? Whoa, what the hell? Does this replace the boss? We could comb instead? Or is this just unreasonable? Yeah, I guess we just gotta keep checking the shop for gem links, because this, like, if we had a bunch of links, this would just, like, breeze through super fast. We're out of mana. Tattoo of... Alright. We have to face what's his name after that. I'm gonna be sad. I think we might have to, Brutus. Jesus. Brutus isn't as tanky, but we are still out of mana. I think it's just faster for us to do this.
Neither the time nor the place.
The thing is, now we don't have another portal scroll, so...
What I can offer is yours. Take care.
in case things go sideways. Cast speed's like maybe... Looking for +1 to fire skill gems.
Be well.
Said your name right? Awesome.
Rest now, tormented soul.
Oop. Scrolls of Wisdom actually useful right now. I'm supposed to log out here and log back in instead of like walking. I guess I could. Well, then I can just log.
For some, goodbye.
We're looking for helmets, boots, and gloves, which have multiple links that are specifically blue.
Stay sharp out there.
We're starting to get enough damage with the staff down to where we can one-shot packs with our rolling magma. I guess not those special guys, but the Burning Menace is almost dead anyways. I was never close to dead, not for a second. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Just, if you're not using your health bar, you're losing it. You know what I mean?
The truth is never.
Oh, I'm a little lost here. Yeah, this is so much different than playing on hardcore. Hardcore, like, if you're about to die, you have, like, a panic attack, or at least I do. And this, it's like, oh, everything's fine. It's, like, just a way different vibe. There's no pucker. Pucker absent. I know when we start getting faster, we're supposed to like switch to leap slam and animation cancel with like Frostwing, but feels a little bit outside what we're doing. You follow guide or guide for build or Infamy Logic? The title on YouTube says hardcore. Oh, you're right. Here, let's change the. We copy pasted because we played on hardcore before, but if we're not, yeah, we need to not be on. You're right. You're right. You're right. I apologize for the false advertisement, everyone. Let's edit it on Twitch as well. Oh no, wait, Twitch doesn't have hardcore in there. Not that we could use the helmet, but our movement speed when? think in theory we're supposed to leave the Fairgraves quest for later. I don't know what I'm doing with this layout. I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm supposed to go left. I zigged when I should have zagged. A rookie mistake. Thank you for letting me know the title was on the wrong
Must
thing.
have time to gather my will.
I'd be fucking panicking if we were on hardcore. Well, we still haven't died yet. I mean, we're still gonna try and make it so that it's like decent practice for hardcore. And try and be like, take risks that we know we're taking and we're being like, okay, we're gonna take this risk here. Are you self-found or do you use a build/guide? We use kind of like a standard build/guide, but I've deviated from it a little bit, so we're gonna do Ice Nova, the Frost Bolts, and we could show an entire like build, but our deviation is that we're gonna use a cluster jewel instead of coming over here in the tree and getting Leech Mastery and Light Eater. It's a lot of nodes over here, and so that frees us up for doing some other stuff. I'm not sure exactly how good it is, but we have a few ideas for multiple characters, but this is just kind of a character that we know how to level with and play like this type of stuff. And so and know how to transition on and like all this sort of stuff. So for the first character we're making, I figure we might as well like do something we're a little bit more familiar with, and then because we're on softcore, we're gonna try out more stuff than we otherwise would have. Like one reason for not trying out weird stuff on hardcore is like obviously if the build doesn't work out exactly kind of like how you wanted, you just die. And then it's kind of like, I think this gives us life regen. Not a bad modifier to have. I think we're just going to go for more damage here though. And head out in the tree. But the thing is, usually other people's trees and stuff are kind of tend to be better. We actually used to play Frostbolts before Frostbolts of Ice Nova was a skill, and that was kind of what we did a whole lot of, but now Frostbolts of Ice Nova is like super meta. And so there's a lot of builds for it, and everyone kind of runs the same one. Or, well, there's not a lot of builds for it. Everyone kind of runs the exact same tree. We're running mostly the same tree. But honestly, the instant leech is probably good enough that, like, one of the benefits of like kind of the more traditional one is you get instant leech. Instant leech is really good. What's this? Okay, so this is a Necropolis thing. Didn't drop anything really. I forget, is Greed the one that does... I think it's... No, I don't think Greed's the one that we like. But the move speed one's the one that we really want. Ow. Ow. So that would be a reroll if we were playing hardcore. Refreshing. A little bit. Feels weird not playing the character. Feels dirty. Feels unclean. I mean, if we weren't on hardcore, we would have just logged there. Maybe we're just supposed to play it like that and just log anyways. But kind of limit testing to some degree. Yeah, that's the life one. To be honest, I haven't played PoE since Solaris Temple was the end screen. That is a while. So the idea behind our character is we are going to stack a whole bunch of mana, and we are going to use the support gem that gives us flat damage based on unreserved mana. And then we are going to also get to use mana as a defensive resource because we're going to use Mind Over Matter, which allows some damage to be taken from mana instead of life. And so this is kind of the overall essence of the build. And we're going to go, we're playing Templar, but I think you're talking about before Ascendancy classes were a thing. So every class has 3 like subclasses they can go, and we're going to go with a mana-oriented subclass as well. Also, if we were on hardcore, we would have prepped for this fight by getting cold resistance, but... We can show the Mind Over Matter node, but this allows us to effectively stack mana and mana regen
Corrupted beyond human.
in order to...
Must cure this plague before it sickens all of God's creation.
really do everything, kind of.
This forest is so twisted. I pray that I'm not too late to turn the tide of this corruption.
So this is the Mind Over Matter thing we were talking about. 40% of damage is taken from mana before life. But the gem that we use that allows us to scale damage with mana, it causes us to use a ton of mana, so we need to do a lot of mana regen. And then we'll also scale cast speed. So we're not going to go crit, because so much of our tree will be dedicated to getting mana. Instead, rather than scaling through crit, we're going to scale our damage through cast speed. I think we're going to Alka. Actually, that's not. Super cool seeing all these new mobs, though, from Necropolis. Cropping up, or should I say necropping up. Yep. So stacking mana and mana shield type thing? Yeah. Or mana effectively acts as a life shield, yeah. Come on, move speed. Come on, plus fire gems. So anticlimactic and upgrade. Ooh, freeze flask is actually kind of nice. Let's see. Oop. So give this gem affinity so that we can just do that. Where's Brust?
Make it fast.
Looking for something that's going to give us more gem links. So like this, ooh, move speed, this is perfect. We don't have enough. Son of a bitch. We don't have enough transmutes. I regret selling the transmutes for wisdom scrolls. I would have taken it all back. We need 2 transmutes. God, that sucks. And we can't even buy transmutes from her? Real?
Goodbye.
We want transmutes for the run fast boots, bro. That have 3 links. I don't think we can sell currency down into transmutes. God, that sucks. We're not that far off of, I think this is a transmute shard, but we're not close either. It feels bad, but I think we're just supposed to move on. If we somehow got some transmutes before we level up, we could do stuff, but we're about to level up, so... Now all the items in the shops have changed. Rip the dream, dude. We could have had run fast boots. We should have had run fast boots. To be fair, it's just 10%. We'll get more opportunities for run fasting later. We know that we get more currency from this, but... for more drops of items and various other stuff. The way our flame wall works is if our projectiles pass through it, which is the bouncy thing we're using, they do more damage, so that's why we're flame walling there. Let us pick up the boots. And pick up some of this stuff, because maybe we're going to start selling this a little bit more aggressively. We should probably just ignore that stuff. Another belt's gonna be nice. Significantly better than what we're using. Talk to your ergotherapist friend about working out shoulders, as I have a snapping shoulder, and he was very focused on how careful you have to be, and I showed him one of your one-handed lifts. Yeah, what do you say?
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt.
I think that generally would make people really uncomfortable. But also, I have very stable shoulders as a result of like doing that type of stuff. Like, I don't lose control very easily. Well, that's super curious. Or I would really like to know what they say, because very often I'll get like comments on like the lifting channel that like I have no idea what I'm doing, that's super dangerous, this type of stuff, but like there's basically no data on it, no one does that lift, and I'm just like kind of out on my own with like zero information. I don't know what we're doing here. This is not the path.
I must have
This
time
is...
to gather my will.
We came up. Wait, is this actually just a different... Oh, this isn't too bad. I mean, I don't think we're gonna get a lot from this, but... He's very impressed that you have the strength, as pushing to injury on shoulders is very easy. You know what's interesting is like the thing that feels the most strained is like the hip during the walkout portion. The asymmetric loading, I'm like generally more worried about my hip than my shoulders. We're going wrong somewhere here. I think we're gonna do the breach there. It's... Did he think it was like super injured, like begging to get injured? It's, I guess kind of. There's the road. We're just gonna follow the yellow brick road. We're not gonna get off the path. We know Sam said, "Stay off the road, Master Frodo." Oh no, it was Frodo who said, "Stay off the road," or "Get off the road." We're gonna go up into here temporarily on this tree. We're taking a lot of damage notes that we're going to refund later, early on here, just so we can go through the campaign faster.
Your trap.
Nothing for you. Not even the life you wasted on spite and avarice.
I guess for the viewers who don't know what he was asking about, is there's
I have seen warrior.
a lift called the bent press, B-E-N-T, not to be confused with bench press, where the aim is to put up as much weight as possible with one hand. And I'm fairly good at it, and I can put up 200 pounds. Show us what you got. Please have links. We are struggling with our gem links right now. I'm tempted to get that just to like... throw a thing at it. Or just try and roll, run fast boots, but... I think we have to go south on the crossroads too here. No, I got the impression he thought you knew what you were doing and that you were doing it correctly, but it's not something regular people should attempt. Yeah. I mean, for that lift specifically, I definitely think that you need to work up to it. Like, to some extent it's true with, like, all lifts, but, like, if your ability to press is a lot stronger than your obliques and your, like, shoulder support muscles, then it's, like, really easy to use a weight that you can't, like, necessarily support. We'll take that chrome. We'll take those. Oh, someone's 35. People are so fucking fast at this game. This is also just one of those games where, like, it's been around 15 years. There are just some people who've just been playing all 15 years. It's like kind of the thing with, like, League of Legends. All the people who are still playing League are just, like, super, like, veterans to it. What the hell is this? Is this Necropolis content? Wait, are we gonna get the graveyard for crafting? Brother. I don't know how that works exactly, but... I'm hypermobile, so I injure very easily, so that's why I talked to you about finding... adapting shoulder workouts to minimize injury and pain. Yeah, so that's like... That's an interesting thing, is because, like, there's a difference between, like, your ability to go into a range of motion and then have a lot of control within that range of motion is, like, a different skill. Or, like, one's flexibility and the other's mobility. Although I guess it probably should be called hyperflexibility, but it's called hypermobility, right? Where you can go into the position, but, like, you're not necessarily strong there. I am, like, limited by the size of my back, to some regard, on the bent press. My back is too big to allow, like, certain range of motion. Or I'm not, like, flexible within the context of also my back's really big. And to some extent that, like, protects me. Maybe the case that we're supposed to come back to this and not do it immediately, but... This is what we came for.
Empire requires leadership that can assuage those fears through example, through wisdom, through strength. An emperor lights the way through the darkened caverns of uncertainty.
We would have picked up the thing that gives us defense on mana if we were playing hardcore here before doing these. Because that's really useful for doing these. And also would be a little bit less reckless here. Nice, the transmute. So now we should be able to buy kind of anything
so that all may find you
that we find in the shop. Which is gonna be a big one. I think we've gained a level, so let's see if we can get any better links here. Well, there's a link up top. What we really need is either boots or gloves to like have something good looking, because our helmet's already kind of fulfilling a role right now. I mean, this does have a link on the helmet, but we're not gonna buy it. Oh, this is the... I guess we haven't refreshed the shop. I'm gonna do this one. The realm is restarting in 1 minute. I think we might use the restroom then, rather than getting started on something. Overextending is fine if I don't have weight or pressure on it. Yeah. So like I can't move. I can move like my shoulder in a lot of different ways, but I can't move it to a place where I'm not very strong. Nor is it easy to, like when I warm up, I can't retract as far as I can after I've warmed up, but even after I've warmed up, I'm still really strong, even with my arms starting to go really far back. The realm is restarting. We're gonna use the bathroom and be right back. Yeah, the context of us rocking a 1 link right now is like pretty rough. Did the realm not restart? That did.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Now let's swap over to this. That way we're not going to show our email address when we log in. Just restarting the client here. And if it's taking a while to patch or whatever, we can do something else in terms of taking a look at stuff. What? Getting some kind of error message. When we try and start Path of Exile, brothers, the time to just swap to Victoria 3. Have you played a lot of PoE? I think it depends what you mean by a lot. Relative to the PoE community, not really. I think we have maybe 1,000 hours or something. Or like somewhere between 500 and 1,000. Over the course of like 15 years though. So a lot of it's figuring out what's good, and then we come back and it's not good anymore. Whatever we did. And everything's different and it feels weird. We played a lot of PoE this last league. is actually where we have maybe 200 hours or something. So maybe a third of our total playtime is, but we're having trouble restarting the client here. So I don't know what to make of it. We can maybe work on an atlas tree or something while we wait. God, I really don't want to show people like ads on stream, so maybe one of these days I'll have to ad block just for streaming, but I also don't like ad blocker on principle. So we could maybe come up with what we're planning on doing. Because our Path of Exile client's not launching correctly. It's just saying connection failure, so... Have you seen this? Kivakende is going Kami and Vic 3 OP. No, Kami sucks now. The problem now is, or there's kind of two reasons for it. One, the reason why going Council Republic in the late game was good was because there would be a malice that would delete money if you stayed on laissez-faire as your economy got bigger and bigger. The investment pool, like malice, that's gone completely. So the thing that was the only thing holding laissez-faire back, which laissez-faire started to get worse than Council Republic, or cooperative ownership rather, at like 700, 800 million GDP, that's no longer there, and laissez-faire just carries through. But the secondary thing is when you go council or when you go cooperative ownership, it also deletes all the ownership of your buildings. Okay, so I think early on, we're gonna maybe do an atlas tree for early on. So Kivakende, as I was saying, if you're still here, this is a tree that applies to your maps in an end game. And that's all it does. So it's like a character tree for your end game maps, but I think we're gonna come out this way. And the question is do we want to go through a breach or this way? I think we want to lead into June early on, and then we want to get these Kirik ones. Something like this. And this is what we'll do kind of early. I kind of want to try and use recombinators on veiled items. I forget how it works. It might not just work at all. I've never gotten to maps. I've just tried a couple times, but I got bored before I got there. Fair enough. I have a massive problem in the mid-game in 1850s. As Prussia is depeasanted. Most of the pops. How do I free up some pops? Well, using labor-saving PMs is effective, but the big thing is you have to go multiculturalism and open borders to allow immigration, and specifically peeling states off of China is an important part of that. So taking Beijing early is very, very useful because it gives you like a nice little pop battery, but also you could get some from the Sikh Empire. But you have to lead into like getting multiculturalism relatively early, and then the mass migrations kind of just sustain you as you run out of pops and you use a bunch of labor-saving PMs. It raises. I think early on we also want to do essences. Maybe that's not the tree. Maybe we can't do June and essences simultaneously. Maybe that's not the vibe. But I mean, we could figure it out. There's just a chance to contain June. If we use a scarab to make June appear, we don't need any of this over here, and we could just start going out this way. Eventually we don't want Kirik, but Kirik early on would be nice. Maybe we play something like this. Because we want to have these center nodes for this. We want to have a lot of Kirik mission chance. In order to try and fill out our atlas kind of quick. I guess like long term we prefer this to these 3 nodes. And then we can right click this, the betrayal mechanic. But this is already 50 levels worth of stuff and probably sustains like whatever we're doing. What Victoria expansion is PoE? Kappa, basically. Hey Felipe, how's it going? Server down? Yeah, that seems to be the case. We were launching and then it says disconnect from patching before patching completed, try again. Maybe that's just on our side and we gotta restart the computer. But they were patching for maintenance, so I don't know. What's your IRL name? LR real name? My real name is Peter. I remember once we're starting as Quinn69 was starting a new character, and I was like at the end of Act 1 when he was finishing Act 3. Quinn's not even very fast. Some people just absolutely cook and could do the campaign in like under 2 hours. And they speedrun that shit. I don't know, I'm pretty slow. I'm pretty sure Quinn's faster than me. But Quinn, as far as content creators go, I believe he's on the slow side. Yeah, I mean, once we do this, we could also try and figure out a way to get, like, some more betrayal nodes. I don't really know the profitable way to, like, engage with betrayal, to be honest, but I think that I was interested in getting more equipment from betrayal. And so that plunder thing might be worth it, but yeah, maybe we just turn this into like essence betrayal early mapping type of thing, and then we transition this into like Maven or something else. And so we could also just like do this early on as we're trying to complete our atlas. We could see patch notes, maybe, for what this thing is we're cooking. So, Settlers League, as well as a rotating version of Lantern. So, it's only positive modifiers. We can still get Settlers achievements. We don't have that many achievements. These modifiers can be moved between pacts, but they're a fixed area for all players. They rotate every hour. They are not changed by entering a new instance. I don't even know what all the modifiers that we can achieve are. We keep trying to boot path, but it's not booting. Is it down for everyone, or is this just us? I suppose we could also check. Map drop is nice. Yeah. Map drop, I think, is nicer. Well, yeah, so we should probably do the map drop chance as well. Especially because we have an endgame tree that we have plans for where we're going to be using the map drop stuff. And so taking these map drop modifiers is going to make a lot of sense too. So something like this, we can transition this into our Maven tree. He introduced you to your fave metal band, so I got a soft spot for him, Quinn69. I'm in love with you. Thank you, Tyler Durden. Big nice. Let's see what some of these give. Actually, let's sort by level. Let's see what the high level ones give. So this is probably kind of the truth, right? And stuff is converted to divines. Is it really just currency? Nameless Seer is the thing. 50% pack size. That's a lot of pack size. Dropped items with rarity are converted to div cards. Scarabs. Accompanied by a map boss. Nameless Seer. Alright, let's see if everyone else is down. So Mathil.
It's my
Other people do appear to be down. He's just waiting. So yeah, Quinn69, he played the algorithm and hated it, but is now my most of my workout playlists. He played the algorithm. What? But we're only getting this lantern. Only devoted modifiers, reward modifiers can appear. Not all master packs will have modifiers. All flame embers were not reintroduced. Atlas passives were not reintroduced. Oh, so this is like currency that allows you to roll what you're getting. Yeah. If I recall correctly, that one's just better than the other ones. Yeah, it is. And then from here we transition probably to our Maven tree that we were kind of planning. So we'll pull that up. So this kind of in the endish game was what we were planning on doing, where we were going to farm bases using Div Scarab or Scarab of Dominating Scarab of Apparitions or something. And the main thing is the mechanics we were leaning into were shrines, which allow us to just kind of run through the map a little bit faster and give us a lot of pack size. Pack size supposedly scaling well with this well with this league mechanic for Necropolis, and then the plan, we have quite a bit on maps to get more maps, and then we're gonna do leaning into like Maven stuff at the end, because the bosses will drop higher level items for kind of farming bases was our plan, and then at the with the boss at the end, and we wanted more bosses at the end to appear, because if we have the Domination Scarab of Apparitions up, they will drop a bunch of influenced gear. And so it's just kind of based around Maven will give us more bosses, and the additional bosses will drop the higher level gear for farming bases, and then we also get map drop potential on from all this like boss oriented stuff, and so just kind of leaning into that I thought was pretty good. I guess if we're not playing on hardcore, we could do Covetous Shrine as well. Kind of want to keep it balanced for hardcore. And then we were leaning into mechanics a little bit here. Like there's a little bit of Nico, because this gives us some run fast for a couple points. I thought that was okay, as well as maybe leaning into this to give us some Azurite. We probably do those Nico points like last or really late. And then we also have a little bit of Harvest. We have Heart of the Grove here. We have some Harvest Chance, and that's the only other mechanic we have in here, with the idea that we're running through the map relatively quickly, but then just drop a portal by the Harvest was the plan. And kind of doing that because we need item rarities, really what we want to stack a lot of with this. Both quant and rarity like really matter with this strategy, so we wanted to go into the wheel in the middle. We could, of course, though, instead do essences, but essences take a little while to run, whereas the Grove stuff we can just drop a portal by it and then log out, log back in, and then go do the Grove after killing the bosses, because you have to kind of run to the bosses, because you have to have them while your Scarab of Apparitions is up. So hey Gene, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Currently, the server is down, so we're planning ahead a little bit on Path of Exile for our Atlas tree here. But this is the thing that we are going to use, or planning on building around this, because gives 5% chance for dropped rares to be influenced by that Conqueror's influence. So we're planning on just getting a bunch of Conqueror influenced bases, and then using those bases maybe to craft items using the Recombinator in Settlers. I'm not shadow roamed by YouTube anymore. I wonder what that was. That must have been just trying to send a link. Did you say which state you're in or kind of region you're in? I live in Southern California. I live between San Diego and LA, but other than that, I try not to be too specific. Is the spreadsheet also rated R for mature? Yes. But I kind of like this tree. I kind of like the farm that we were doing with this. I think the investment's really low, but really honestly I just like getting bases and identifying items, and this lets you do a little bit more of that, and that's just like feels good. This strategy is probably not that much div per hour. It's probably relatively weak in the grand scheme of things, but I also like the recombinators, so this gives us bases for our own kind of recombinator crafting, which I was thinking was going to be relatively fun for us. Spreading sheets should always be considered mature content. This guy gets it. So, we had another Atlas tree that we were kind of working on. I guess we might as well just take a look at it. But this was what we were doing. The plan was to be leaning into Abyss and Legion specifically on this one. And so we have a lot of the Abyss kind of things. We don't have close to max nodes allocated. We have around another 40. And so this was like kind of like mid-ish game. The plan was to being able to farm tier 16 maps, Stygian Vices that are I-86 plus with this strat. Just finished watching your video for this week's Dev Diary. Modders are going to have a field day with 1.8 drops. It looks so crazy good for modders. I mean, I keep emphasizing this in every Dev Diary review, but like, I don't mod. Like, I don't mod, and it's already apparent to me that it's going to be like disgustingly cool for modders. But Legion mechanics and Abyss mechanics for this one. The important one here being +1 item level in Stygian Spires, along with I forget which Abyss Scarab it is. Areas that do not lead to an abyssal death lead to a Stygian Spire. And I think there's something that makes it so Stygian Spires always drop a Stygian Vice. So every time we will just get several I-86 Stygian Vices, item level 86, which will be setting us up good for using the Recombinator. Another thing I like about this one here is that rarity appears to give you more gold, and you need gold to do the Recombinators. Although I think we probably need a better strat for farming gold than running a bunch of T16s. This might help out with that, with the Covetous Shrine. Our voice is a little run out. When we have the really long dev diaries, that tends to like wreck our voice a little bit because we're talking like actual constantly. And we tend to project pretty hard, or harder than we ought to, maybe. I wonder how that video of mine is doing. We'll check that if, PoE is still down. I mean, we could play Victoria 3 and then come back to it, but I think everyone will hate that. Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm just super excited for 1.8 for Victoria 3, though. I'm wondering when I'm going to end up getting my hands on it. I don't know if they're going to give it to me early or not. I was one of the later creators to get it early. I think I also maybe rocked the boat a little. The home rule stuff for India can be used by modders to model independence movements in any colony. I might look into doing something like that for a mod. Yeah, just don't edit, don't try and edit states anymore. Right? Or just the resources in the state, not the state themselves. Maybe we can optimize this tree a little bit better, but I kind of like where it's at. We really like for example, shrine duration is really important for our strategy, so we like can't not run every one of those nodes. God, that sucks so hard that like within the first couple hours they just like break the league or whatever. I mean, I guess something game-breaking happened and they're fixing it. The top streamer is still just waiting. Someone in his chat said server's up in 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes to kill then, maybe. I guess I kind of like looking through these things that we're planning on doing here. Could also try and cook up like some build ideas. Could also try and improve the strategy. Currently the strategy is basically just having Domination Scarab of Apparitions. And we don't really have an idea for any sort of secondary like scarabs that we want. And maybe we could work on that. Kind of within the context of kind of this tree, like what scarabs fit well, or sorry, this tree, what scarabs also fit well with this tree, where we are pushing a little bit item quant and rarity, we are pushing Maven, and we are pushing Shrines. In this instance, what makes a lot of sense. We don't want to do anything that's going to require us to have to stop for a long period of time, because we need to, while the shrine is active, we need to be able to rush the boss. And this is a pretty important detail. So we don't want to add stuff that's going to make it take longer. We could do, I mean, for the Necropolis stuff, the problem is you actually want to run specific maps, and it's not maybe going to be. It's maybe not going to be the case that we want to run the particular map that's good, because it's harder, it's less linear, and we want to run linear maps with this strategy. We could do Bestiary, lean into that. I don't know if we have enough investment in Harvest. Sorry, we clicked on the wrong one. I don't know if we have enough investment with Harvest in this tree to make using the Harvest Scarabs good. We have investment... Like, we don't have any investment here. We have, I think, just the chance of a Harvest plus 60% increased chance to have a tier 4 plant. There was a world where we, in the past, went for this over here, and we went for a bunch of Einhar stuff. We could do that. I don't hate the... This is the wrong map. Right, let's pull this one way over. I don't hate us maybe going Einhar. And maybe dropping... We could also maybe do Essences. The problem with Essences, we have to stop and kill things. Einhar, we have to stop and kill things. And the having to stop and kill things is a little bit rough. Is there a list of just every scarab? Yeah. But the Einhard stuff doesn't slow us down that much. And I think that us having to go back and do the harvest might not be that good with Necropolis, because that actually adds a lot of time to each map. And maybe we can forget about this Nico stuff. Although... and this harvest stuff. It feels wasteful. But we could do Essence Chance instead here. And now we have a very different looking kind of map, and we have 11 points to do something with this. But we could lean into Essences, because we're actually close to all the Essence nodes. So it wouldn't be too bad. Additional Essences over here. Dropping an additional contained map. But also, if we want pack size, we could go for Beyond. And maybe actually pull back on some of the spending on these Scarab nodes. Because we go out of our way for a few Scarab things. Like, over here we went out of our way for Scarab. We could just not do that. And instead come up through this top left portion. And do Beyond nodes. I haven't really done the Beyond stuff. And I have no idea what Beyond stuff is like worth doing. We kind of don't want to spawn a unique boss with Beyond, but the unique boss with Beyond, the upside is that we would be able to drop items with our div thing. We could also just... To be honest, this is probably worth doing, even if that's all we do. I mean, we're right next to all the essence stuff already, though, right? And this also would transition better off of this thing we were planning, which is planning to go essences in June early. So we could transition from essences to like Maven here. With our like first Atlas tree, like the transition would be nice relatively. Time to get a new computer. When Trump slaps those tariffs on imports next year, the computer prices are going to jump way high. Yeah. I have to do it before the new year, so that way I can write it off. I was planning on Cyber Monday, like really trying to take a look and see if on the sales. Could just try and build a computer right now, though. But yeah, I mean, it looks like we could probably pick up a lot of these. But okay, let's just look through the scarabs here a little bit. Oh, or let's not, because Path of Exile's back. We're of course going to log in first. They're not yet online. You've been placed in a queue. Alright. We could also just run a bunch of stuff. I mean, we already have... We could run a bunch of scarabs for shrines. So we already have shrines. So running a bunch of domination scarabs along with the one of apparitions. This one's also an interesting one. Putting an Atlas box next to the shrines, which of course would slow us down, but would give us a bunch of boss stuff. I think that we don't really like that. What does Evolving Shrine even do? I forget. I think I remember it being bad. Whenever monster's killed, it has 5% chance to revive with a higher rarity. Rare monsters can't evolve into a unique monster. Yeah, that seems mainly a little limited. But we could, I mean, we could just run a bunch of shrine stuff. Seems not that great. Custom builds are always better. My current computer was a custom build I built 9 years ago. It still runs great. Doesn't have enough power for what EU5 is going to want. Yeah, that's going to be the big one. EU5, I think, is going to need 32 gig RAM. Yeah. I want to get a motherboard DDR5 and a new CPU, and maybe that's all I end up replacing. But then I think I want a new computer tower as well. And maybe that means new cooling. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think scarabs are not going to slow us down, but almost everything else will slow us down. To be fair, we could just run this strategy that we have and actually, since we're not playing on hardcore, actually picking up explicit modifiers on the map makes a lot of sense. So actually I think that's the strat, to be honest. That's a modifier we kind of avoid a little bit to some extent normally because it makes the map a lot harder, but like, this will increase quant and stuff. And more monster packs consisting of difficult and rewarding monsters. Maybe that's what we want to lean into. Alright, but we are getting back in game here though. Shoyo. Accent on the yo. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Alright, so where were we? I completely like lost train of thought. They say 16's the minimum, but Vic 3 runs... Or yeah, Vic 3 has got 8 gigs on the minimum and it runs really bad on 8. Vic 3, yeah, I don't know. I hope they can do more to improve performance on Vic 3 so they can actually make trade good. So right now trade just sucks balls, which is just like so bad as from the perspective of simulating the period, right? Trade sucking really hard is like not what you want. Right? Because that's how colonial countries like leverage significant advantage. And also what a lot of the jockeying for power was about was just the ability to trade with these like less advanced nations. Like what the UK secured for themselves that was a huge part of their power like early on was the ability, like in the earlier portion of the century, was the ability to trade exclusively with a lot of partners, and eventually they lost that, but like thinking of that as an advantage is just like, it just completely doesn't work with I forget we should be picking up like portal scrolls and stuff right now. Just doesn't fit. I kinda wanna get another run fast. I mean, we know we're gonna run another character. Maybe we're just supposed to re-roll right now just to get the flask. That we're not going to have to stay behind to kill those things.
I must have time to gather myself.
A lot of good that does us. Did it actually just lock the door on us? No.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
Good old Azaro doing Azaro things. I guess we're supposed to go down on the left, but we're gonna rule this out over here. Do you have something that adds cold damage to spells, or is that just our Frostbling? Is there something in our pockets, or are we just happy to be here? I think this, yeah, this looks like the right way.
Save your judging gaze, heretic. Don't you trust me? My goal.
Those gauntlets we might end up using there. Oh, we're not supposed to do that if there's a queue to log in. There's not. Okay, cool. I mean, eventually we'll use Arcane Glow.
Travel far. What troubles you bring?
Yeah, so I think that no matter what those gloves have, we'll probably be using them. These gloves. Lightning resist is kind of nice. Rolling magma here. And Arcane Surge. And
I gave piety journey.
My help is yours.
let's see if there are any gems that are red that are maybe useful. Support gems. I don't think burning damage supports works.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt.
Cruising along. Directed it.
This one is captured. I know it is.
Oh, we want to stay on the road. So we do need the, what is it, the waypoint. We stay as we get off the road. Well, we backtracked to make sure we didn't already have the past the waypoint. Well, I guess if we had rerunning this zone, not the worst. change our waypoint. Yeah, let's go through here for fire damage, and then we'll repath that way, that thing later. I think we'll be on one side here. And then we're looking for either Arakali or the bandit lady. The Lyra, there she is. So we kill Lyra. Ba-da-da-dee-da.
Blessed daughter of God. He will show you what true friendship is.
And then let's continue down the road. It's gonna be so nice on standard where we're not gonna have to redo this at any point. The realm's restarting in 1 minute. Alright, gotta try and kill this guy in under a minute, I guess. Restarting in 1 minute. Restarting in 1 minute.
This is neither the time
30
nor the
seconds.
place.
Quite a straight there.
I thought you... Be well.
Damn. Farewell.
Alright. Was it just a quick restart? I guess.
Yes? God hasn't abandoned us.
That'll give us more transmutes. That'll give us more damage. Now we can reload the same Western... I see. No, wait. I'm being stupid. It's been... maybe this is what they were trying to fix. Ugh. There we go. So we're just going to be looking at the browser. Looking at Best Buy, see what they have. They have Intel i9 64. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080, 4 terabyte for $2,700. Not a bad price. Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm gonna be faced with tough decisions when it comes to what rig to get, or what we're interested in. Ugh. Yeah, so let's see if we can restart Path of Exile. Yeah, they're patching. Okay, so maybe back to the drawing board here, where we're trying to figure out if we can make adjustments. I mean, we could do Harbinger. The problem with Harbinger, we don't want to lean into Harbingers at all. Like, we actively don't want to turn on that content. So we were thinking about Beyond. Blight, to be fair, well, no, Blight makes our computer lag too much. Speaking of computer performance, we like can't do it with Blight. I don't think we want to do strong boxes. I guess, like, the question might be what scarabs are underpriced and what scarabs help us run the area faster. We know Beyond scarabs are generally super cheap. Or they were before. Maybe it is Beyond. Maybe it's also just we have to experiment and decide what's good. Breaches, Breach Lord. To be fair, we can run Breach relatively quickly. We could, in theory... I mean, we are right here. We could do Unending Nightmare. But I think that I think that would slow us down. We could do Cartography, Scarab of Corruption, and just try and drop more maps and play for maps. I mean, to be fair, we're already... Maybe let's focus on the maps a little bit, because we're already doing stuff to drop these synthesis and these types of maps, right? Stuff that scales with maps and bosses and pack size are all going to be good. So Beyond's good because it scales with the pack size. Maybe we just use the bathroom again because they're re-updating the patch thing. But we could do... Well, actually, for Necropolis, the video we watched on it, we do want to have 8 mod corrupted things. So maybe we're supposed to use the Carto Scarabs. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to come back. We're going to think on Scarab choice. Okay, back in the room. Gonna grab a protein bar and try and see if we can figure this out. Because that was like a problem we were having before is where's our regent? Where is he? That was a problem we were having before is like I didn't really know what scarabs to run with our domination scarabs. I think the cartography ones just ultimately don't make sense because, or maybe they make some sense, but I think getting corrupted maps of conquerors and this type of stuff is actually not useful. Maybe I'm missing the point. We could just do a Mirror of Delirium on all these. I think Delhi slows us down. Yeah, I mean, it might just be running Domination Scarabs. Hey, Mendigo. How's it going? We're doing pretty good. Just waiting for the Path of Exile thing to patch, trying to figure out kind of our endgame strat. We have another 10 points here. But I think we are kind of in on the idea of leaning into a Maven-oriented strategy, using Domination Scarab of Apparitions to try and farm bases. And Vic 3 1.82, I suppose? Yeah, I'm very excited about that. That's not out yet, though. And the thing is, almost everything where we're adding content, like if we add essences, we slow ourselves down. We could use Necro Scarabs and just use the run fast thing. That would not slow us down. This is intriguing. These might be really cheap because it's a nombo with Necropolis mechanic. Do you think they will fix the immense lag at mid-endgame? I mean, 1.7 improved performance so much. So, I'm a little bit excited about that. Yeah, if these scarabs are really cheap, we could maybe do that. I don't think they're going to be cheap, though. Are these even... I think this is a legacy one. No? Maps can drop as Shaper, Elder Guardian, or Conqueror. That might be one worth running. We would love pack size, but pack size is going to be expensive. More packs would be fine, but again, I mean, maybe we're just okay having more of an investment though, but we need to get to the boss with the dominations, or the scarab of, apparitions on us, so we don't want to do something that's gonna impede our ability to do that. I mean, Sulfite actually speeds this up. The problem is we don't have a guy that we really like cruising through Delve with. Titanic Scarab would be good if we could actually kill stuff fast enough with it on. Maybe we could additionally use Titanic Scarab depending on what the map boss is. Sick videos, brother. Taught me a lot about Vic 3. You're very welcome. Thank you so very much for the compliment. So, I think if we go Titanic Scarabs, we're supposed to somehow scale more unique mobs, though. Which we could do. There's, Domination Scarab of, like, Evolution. Or no, wait, not Evolution. Terrors. Shrines are guarded by an Atlas boss, so we could add Atlas boss. We could run Apparitions. And then we could run one that makes them tougher for the, Titanic Scarab. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to run the Titanic Scarabs, though, with Rogue Exiles mainly. We could do a Rogue Exile strategy. Maybe that's the thing to do. Oof, that's a wall of text. There do be a lot of text. I mean, we could try and do Rogue Exiles, but last time we tried to do we tried doing Rogue Exiles with our strategy, and the problem was it was too slow. The Rogue Exiles slowed us down too much. So we might just be stuck in a position where, like, we have scaling on the shrines, so in a bunch of different ways, or increased effect after shrine effect. Maybe we're just supposed to use a bunch of domination scarabs. That feels kind of bad, to be honest. We were for, well, I think we could use one, because we're trying to farm bases. I think we can use one Shaper influencing one. And I think that'll be kind of okay. That'll add more packs. And then we could do the Beyond one. Even if, I think these scarabs are really cheap, so even if we don't have any sort of Beyond investment, maybe those will be, like, kind of okay. But if we already have the Beyond stuff, though, maybe we just do Pale Clarion here. This is a 3-point investment. Then we use Beyond stuff. We could, I mean, we've also done this bestiary, like, pseudo investment, which, like, didn't feel too bad. It did slow us down a little bit, though. We're getting kind of okay rewards, and also it's nice that Nico does a bunch of damage to unique monsters, so this... And he kind of... Or not Nico, Einhar, and he also tanks them. Which is kind of nice. How does this go? I mean, we have so much stuff for pack size that, like, the Beyond stuff is kind of attractive. Alright, we do get a launch on Path of Exile here. So I think we're gonna be back in it. They're maybe trying to patch stuff not loading properly. Or zones not loading properly. I don't think we end up using this, and that's just going to distract from what we can do. If it has the camp, is it just a Lyra? We're about to go in a big giant circle. You see boots that are 3-link, they're not really in the colors we want. If we found them in the colors we want, we would pick them up and try and transmute them. We still need run fast boots. I haven't found those yet. Also, hello, Ultra Weed. Welcome to the Path of Exile stream. Okay, so Lear's on this side, so that means we have to go other side. Also, why is she there? We killed her. Did we not get her necklace? Oh, we have it. Okay. Did PoE reset again? So there is a new league that is... Or it's not a full reset, it's like, because Path of Exile 2 got pushed back to December, what they did is there's, like, Necropolis Settlers Mashup League. So it's still technically Settlers League, but there's a new economy, and, yeah, it reset at 1 PM today, BST. So that's kind of what we're doing, where we be here. Also, don't hate doing Delirium. Now that I think about it, because we do need to get some Delirium bases. Maybe that's... we'll just find those bases out. I don't know. Maybe our original plan with doing a Harvest... Harvest is fine. But after we kill this, we'll show the league, or the like semi-league. I don't know exactly what it's called. Who Shat My Pants is the first character that ended evacuated the core. Someone finally is asking the real questions. Nothing like, I freaking love the Path Out of Exile community in terms of the names. Alright, time for us to do Weaver. I don't think we have like any chance of killing her before she phases. A little overwhelmed here. Matter kind of coming back to bite us a little bit. Let's not pick that up. But if we go to character selection, you can see we have the Necro Settlers League, which we can migrate to regular settlers if we want. I used to play this game a while ago. I never got past the mid game. I got much further where you are now. Probably not much further. Oh yeah, this is just like the scratching the surface. Hey Savanka, how's it going? How you doing? How you be? I saw your comments on the Dev Diary video. Super excited for 1.8. We're here playing a little Path of Exile, which just got a reset. I found the inventory management and this huge skill tree too much. To be honest, the massive skill tree and all the math and all this type of stuff is honestly what we like about the game. So, I watched the whole. You watched the whole video. It was like 70 minutes. I was struggling through that video. In terms of like my voice is already like a little strained here, like on stream. I think we can. I mean, let's sell a few of these. Can we sell some Augs as well? No, we can't sell Augs. Where's the dream? Let's sell this stuff. I get my Vicky 3 news from you. Looking forward to playing China with the new military assistance mechanic. Yeah, so like, I want it to work so bad. I don't think it'll be very good, but I want it to work, so I'm probably gonna look into that as well. I'm very excited for that. We do not get our run fast boots yet. Those might be better than what we're kicking around with, but this has better gem links, so we'll just sell this off.
Take care.
So I think we gotta talk to Moligaro. I'd probably enjoy it a lot more now. I adore Vicky, but I would have hated Vicky when I played this. Yeah, I mean, as far as ARPGs go, it's like there's a lot of sweat in this. Conk effect is maybe. I don't think any of those are that usable. I think Iron Grip support's available to us now, though, and we can do that for now, for the time being, because we have a link for it.
Best prepare, survivor.
If it works, it'll be so fun. The true military-industrial complex. It just like depends on how it stimulates your spending. Although, if it just increases, like the thing is it's increasing the military goods cost without increasing the wages. If it affects everything, you know, and you don't even like if it does, you don't even need to mobilize the army. And if it affects conscripts, then it'll be wild, because then you'll be able to just set your conscripts up to like consume opium and sugar, and that's it. And then you can just from there do the foreign aid, have it just make your conscripts cost more money, you know, or like make it so that the goods that are getting stymied are like goods that are much more efficient, like sugar is discussed. Sugar prices normally collapse. Like, everything would be so much more profitable if you could prevent sugar prices from collapsing like that, because you just have insano demand. And you just, like, do the same with opium, too. To be fair, opium, eventually you run out of slots for it, but, like... it might get implemented in such that there's, like, a very OP strategy. I'm excited to see it, though. I think it's probably gonna suck balls. Maggie's fan was in here earlier. We were talking about like theoretical best endgame GDP. I think he was saying that it was like kind of either China or UK type of thing. What was the best ARPG? It just takes a bit of investment to get into it. Yeah. I like, yeah, that's probably, there's like so much knowledge, like, an understanding level. I feel like I don't know the game very well with like, and I have like something like 1,000 hours played. Oh, we didn't find Oak here, but we do need to kill Oak. I played like 2 leagues, but I would like it more today. I would prefer thinking and executing instead of to reacting now. That wasn't the case before. Yeah, this is like, we spent a long time trying to make build work. To be fair, often like someone else has just made a build that's better, and like your brewing like doesn't pay off, but still, it's a lot of fun. This is like our jam. So far, I haven't come up with a build that like seems very good. We're doing one that's kind of standard. To be fair, this is the build that we used to do. And now it's become hyper meta, which is the Archmage, but... I'm only hesitant to get back into it because of PoE2. Well, I mean, it's gonna continue to get support. But that's fair. At this point, PoE2 is like less than a month away, or is a month away? Yeah, you could just wait, you know?
I'm sure. There you will.
I don't think that that's unreasonable. We're starting to also do kind of good. Or, our 3 league's actually not really cutting it that well, but it is what it is. Ah! Ah! That's just the rare mod that's doing it? Yeah. Probably not going to be worth it for us to kill that. I guess if he's gonna follow us forever. Well, he won't follow us now. Well, I guess we don't even know what extra he's dropping because of Necropolis content. Like, they seem to drop a lot of items, but it's just not worth it because the items are kind of useless. Or they're only like useful in this like level range, and we should just be leveling and getting to next content, so rather than spending too much time. I wish I knew these layouts better. I would feel way smarter if I knew the layouts better. I would feel more handsome if I knew the layouts. Is PO2 going to have the same business model? I think so. Your microtransactions for PoE 1 are actually going to carry over to PoE 2. So it's going to be a lot more united than you think, and it's probably going to come down to like more of a feel thing, because I think they're going to keep going with Path of Exile 1. Unless people like completely stop playing it, but I mean, I kind of don't think that's going to be how things shake out. Yeah, we're getting wrecked on the mana. We maybe got mind over matter a little too early. That's okay. Next few levels we'll get some mana nodes and stuff and we'll be fine. Oh, they are? Yeah. The microtransactions. I assume you're asking about the microtransactions. We'll get these and these. The next 3 levels. It should feel pretty good. This guy just comes with us if we talk to him first, yeah. Might as well just get a bit more speed. So I assume he'll be able to kill a couple more things.
Must have time to plan.
I don't think there's a reason for us to do Dread Thicket. I'm not 100% sure. We could also do Ritual this league because we're playing Standard, which is kind of a mechanic that we've been afraid of in Hardcore. So I guess we'll try and do some sort of Ritual tree. Orb of Binding is fucking hot as fuck for us right now. Is there something making guys drop Orb of Binding in this zone? Then we're gonna be about this. Be about killing these guys twice, you know what I mean? I think we missed out on the mechanic earlier. That's fine if we don't max out here. Mainly just trying to kill some of these guys so we can see if we can get more orbital bindings. Backtracking is just gonna be, it's probably just so bad to backtrack. But I just want to give ourselves another chance to pick up another orb of binding. This is probably just a mistake. Slowing us down, we're just like foaming at the mouth for gem links. We can't defer. Alright. Well, we get some alts, I guess. Let's also level up our Ice Nova gem. Yeah, you're shocked they carry over. I thought that was a little bit interesting too. If you like the Path of Exile microtransactions are so fucking expensive though, like it definitely makes a lot of sense to me. I actually re-download PoE and might casually play it with PoE 2. It seems like PoE 2 is a canon sequel. Yeah, you could just play with this through the storyline. I mean, they have a fresh leak thing today, so. I always enjoyed watching it even though I was mad before, re-downloading it so I won't be a total noob when 2 hits. Yeah, this is... Well, 2 looks like it's going to have a way different feel. So this is kind of why I think that there's the... I don't think everyone's going to switch over to 2. It looks like it's going to be much more about weaving abilities, and so it's probably going to be like a lot more skill-oriented. Or harder to play perfectly. You're bad influence generalist, basically. In some sense, it's perhaps the case that every YouTuber is a bad influence if, like, people spend too much time watching YouTube or watching live videos. So they're doing stuff that they should be doing. Always consume in moderation. Path of Exile, I think, is not very conducive towards moderation, to be honest. Or I often just go, like, super hard in the paint. Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. These guys are being modified by some Necropolis bullshit. What are we doing here? We should just go back and do our Orb of Binding nonsense, right? Yeah, the road to whatever. I was never about perfect play, just clearing. Yeah.
Keep your witch. Nothing.
Alright. One time. No, we didn't get it. It's a decent amount of life and mana, to be honest. But we don't have the links.
Troubles you bring.
It's almost linked up. Yeah. I think we want helmets that are ES helmets. And for this, they have to be a normal item. That kind of sucks, but it is a 4-link. So Flame Wall. Also put, I mean, Holy Flame Totem's gonna play pretty well into that. What is this? Flame Wall?
Travel far.
Do we do jeweler's orbs? No, not yet. Go double blue, for the love of God. Alright, here is our other orb of binding. Move speed. No. But again, it is a 4-link, so there's that.
Make it fast. Return if you must.
So now we have Holy Flame Totem without very many gem links. I think we could do better than that. Start with the added lightning damage, to be honest.
Yes?
And then I think that there is a totem specific one. Flame wood support. And then combustion. And combustion for the flame wall. We need a transmute, son of a bitch.
Take care.
Alright. I was never clear. What to value more, stats, socket number, or socket linking? Well, I mean, eventually socket linking and socket number is not important at all, because you just assume you have whatever you want in that regard, but early on, yeah, having socket linked sockets is like super, super important. So we're like very early on, we're in a phase where for every link, we can do considerably more damage. So one of the gems we got in the combustion gem gave us 12% more fire damage, right? In addition to some other modifiers. So it ends up being like roughly 20% more damage. And more and increased are two different types of modifiers, where more modifiers are way better than increased modifiers, because they're multiplicatively effective with increased modifiers and not in more modifiers. And so, if you have like 50% increased fire damage, it's probably not going to give you as much damage as getting another gem link will, because 20% more damage is going to be more valuable. In a general sense. And now our totems will like do quite a bit of damage. But after a certain point, like your best skill will be on a 6th link, which is extremely important. But you're just like basically always gonna have that, and then you care about the stats. But we can't. It's hard for us to receive enough stats for our thing, for us to care more about that than links. We're also using 3 skills right now, and as we get deeper and deeper, we'll switch to using 1 skill only. So we're trying to have like 3-4 links, basically. But then eventually for our damage, we'll have 1 6 link. This is also giving us quite a bit of damage. So +1 to level of skill gems is really, really strong early on. So this item's like, we might use this for nearly the entire leveling period. It's only +1 to skill gems, but if it was +2, we would just use it the entire time. Because +2 to all fire skill gems is kind of insane. That's what we used to level when we had like our twink gear on hardcore. We had a staff that was level 0 staff that gave +2, and that was kind of the only modifier that was important, and we just like rode that to the late game. But this also has % fire damage, which is not nothing. We could show in the tree in just a second, but we already have, when you have a lot of increased damage anyway, the value of additional increased damage is diminishing. That's an increased modifier, not a more modifier. We're out of mana, basically.
That's where you belong, right there.
So, like, we could show you. So we have, like, increased spell damage here. We have increased elemental damage. We've increased fire damage. All these increased damage modifiers, such that the increased fire damage is, it's useful, the 25%, but it's not super useful. But the increased level, you can see here, it's pushing this up effectively. Where is this? To level 7, we're getting +1 from global modifiers. This is giving us a lot of flat damage, which is multiplicatively effective.
Hello.
With some other stuff. Ah! And this can roll +1 to gem levels, which is kind of why we're looking at the wands. You see, this has +1 to level of all lightning skill gems. If we get 2 of these that have +1 to level of all fire skill gems, that would be better than the staff we're using for the purposes of leveling for us. I think we can upgrade our mana flask by selling 3 here.
Be well.
What's the difference between increase and more? Increase stacks additively with other increase. More always stacks multiplicative. So if I have 100% increased fire damage, my fire damage will be doubled. If I then got an additional 100% increased fire damage, that would only increase my damage, or actually increase my damage would only go up by 50%, because instead of doing 200% damage, I'd do 300% damage. When you have a more modifier, it's multiplicatively effective. So if I had a 100% more modifier for damage, I would do double damage, right? But if I had 2 100% more modifiers, I would do quadruple damage. And so they are going to stack differently. With increased modifiers, you stack additively, so you just add all the increased modifiers together and then multiply it by the base damage. More modifiers stack multiplicatively, so you times them by each other. So more modifiers are way stronger. So like a 40% more damage modifier is like going to be stronger than a like 100% increased damage modifier most of the time. Let's pick up little scrolls of wisdom. To me, they sound like they're the same thing.
I don't mean to sound like
What the hell? Did my chat turn off? But the is there a better way to explain it? So like throughput in Victoria 3, That's like an increased modifier. Right, but if you have throughput and output together, they actually act multiplicatively with each other. This is probably not more clear. You think you get it? So very often you'll have like maybe 300% worth of increased modifiers and 120% and maybe, yeah, you'll have like 300% in increased modifiers maybe, and you'll have like maybe 20% more modifiers or something like this. And you have to separate them because 20% more modifiers is 1.2 to the 8th in terms of how it multiplies your damage. It's not 160%. And so if you have something like that and you get another 20% more modifier, it will just straight up, your damage goes up by 20% every single time.
Yes.
But if you got an increased, like a 20% increased damage modifier, that would barely make your damage go up because your base damage, you have the 100%. You already have the 300% increased, and so you'd be going for 400% to 420%. And so your damage would go up by, well, like 5% instead of going up by 20%.
See you.
I also don't think I'm seeing your messages anymore. I see them now. Yeah, they were... My chat from Restream got funny. For a second. I think I get it, and then the next one is I also don't think I'm seeing your messages anymore. Those were the two I saw.
This is
I think we missed some trials. I know there's one in the crematorium or whatever. Maybe you didn't miss them? I always forget where they're at, to be honest. Yeah, they have some type of modifier. These modifiers make them a little bit tough. Early on, though, when you don't have a lot of increased modifiers, they tend to be a lot better. I decided to wait until you saw your message that I thought you weren't seeing, and my message before talking about anything, so you haven't missed anything. Okay. My UI got a little funny. So I was concerned.
Life in his right hand, death in his left. Then there are those who
We're gonna kind of check staffs out because we're currently using a staff that just has +1 fire gems. And it's not that hard to find an upgrade to. You just need basically anything else with +1 fire gems. Although we also have fire percent damage. So. Well, these guys is tanky as hell. We also just have like no damage. Or we don't have twinkie gear. We're just normal looking gear. So here's the Trial of Ascendancy. With fire damage. I don't think we have fire resist or much, so we'll have to be a little bit careful on that. But we do have Mind Over Matter, so I guess we don't have to be very careful at all.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered
Okay.
by the flames.
We haven't missed one of these yet. I do see there's a unique enemy there. Oh, we killed that. Well, not unique, I suppose.
A dead man and a living machine. There's your truth, heretic. Embrace. Enough of this.
God, we're so over leveled here. And it feels like we don't have much damage. Maybe that's really bad. Could go for Iron Grip, but we're using Iron Grip support, so it's not going to give us more damage in the short term. Let's do that. Sell items.
Be careful.
See if we target selling some run fast boots. We desperately want run fast boots. He is not. Tragedy. We also, in theory, should be checking Clarissa, like, when we're here.
Need some help.
For a +1 wand for fire damage. Which she doesn't have.
See you.
Maybe try and push to Act 5 today. Or like, maybe Innocence. I don't know how long we want to go yet, I guess. Because it is a little bit of an indulgence, I think, to play. Well, they just don't take damage. What the hell? But they're not aggroing us. I'm so confused. Alright, fair. Or maybe once we kill them, they come back and serve us. We just already killed them all. with that. Get another orb of binding, so we're gonna get another crack at something good. We're fixing our link issues, basically. I think those can both roll +1 to fire skill gems. But it might just be... They might not be able to. It might just be Wand and Scepter. The Wands and Scepters can roll it. Oh, we might have missed one of the busts. Hope we didn't miss the bust. I think we did though. That's what we did somewhere. Well, it's so painful to backtrack without run fast boots. I mean, it's painful to backtrack in general, but I think the bust we need is actually down there. I don't think this... Oh, okay, it is up there. Cool. Just takes less time to check up here. Use those to fully backtrack. Solaris Temple level 2, I think, is Act 7. We're currently in Act 3. Just to give a frame of reference for how fast the fastest people are relative to us right now in terms of getting through the storyline content. I'm trying to go through here. Although, we haven't exactly gotten the best RNG in terms of we still don't have run fast boots or another flask. We're probably just supposed to restart actually to get another Quicksilver flask. I think the Catacombs does have a thing that we have to complete. When I played Diablo, I couldn't help but walk down each and every pathway that was available when I could. Yeah, you gotta try and be more efficient. That's definitely like the way naturally like I want to play the game. You know, pick up every piece of gear. The FOMO that is right in front of you is psychologically much stronger than the FOMO of running the thing too slowly, and actually that's how you really miss out, is you whatever mechanic or like area it is, you're running it too slowly, so that means you're missing out on future areas. But instead you're concerned about running out of like what you have in front of you, which like kind of is how it works in life too, because a lot of people are scared of losing what's right in front of them, that they give up a bunch of opportunities that they could have had. It's really like a metaphor. Because you're like, oh, I need to get everything out of this one map, and then you spend twice as long running a map and getting 100% of the content than you could running 2 maps and getting 70% of the content. Eats up so much time, but when I backtrack, speed isn't in the dictionary. Yeah, no, I feel you. That's how I'm like naturally inclined to play. Your calling wand. I don't think that wand does look too good for us, but we'll see. I think I reached Act 4, like in total. before. Yeah, so we're almost at Act 4. We're in Act 3 right now. And this, we've been playing for 3 hours. And this is on a fresh start, so like in theory we're gonna do a lot better if actually we'll throw a chance orb at the simple rogue. We'll see if we just get hyper lucky. Should we call our one time? Get that tabula rasa. Not what we were looking for here. I think we have the chance orb with us, so we can do it. Wait, where'd our... Oh wait, we don't want it equipped. Oh. GG, never lucky. Didn't roll the power leveling gear item.
An emperor cannot allow himself to become buried in the shadow.
Never lucky, chat.
Cannot allow thoughts of imagined disasters spin about inside his mind like so many stripes.
Asleep at the wheel on that one. That was my bad. You can blame that one on me.
Navigates his way through the terrors of complexity with his eyes.
Like actually cold hard asleep at the wheel.
An emperor must bear 2 blades.
Alright, so we just need one more. Look at that guy. I got a clip clop MTX. You love to see it. They see me clip and I'm clopping. That's gonna be the plum. We don't want to pick up the plum. The plum's a waste of time. Or it's not the plum, it's the other thing. It's still a waste of time. It's still a waste of time.
I was born to this land, delivered to this task. I will prevail.
Oh my god. Layout, please. Layout gods, please forgive us for our sins. Deliver us from bad layouts. Not like this. But especially like early on, like you just wanted to get to the level range that's like much higher, like because you can't find items early on that are going to be good for you for the rest of the like your character thing. And it's really not until you get like level 80 or whatever that you can be in that thing, in that zone. So we really don't want to backtrack for stuff right now. I mean, you still don't want to in other contexts, but we really don't want to. This is the node we're going for, which will give us a little bit more damage and a little bit more mana. We were having a mana problem before. We're not really, we're kind of still having mana problems, but it's not too bad. I mean, we're not using Archmage or anything like that, so like it shouldn't be too bad. There's that. Use the ribbon spool. No. A lot of people will also eventually, if you're thinking about like backtracking for everything, the eventual metric that people use is like how many divines do you earn per hour, and backtracking is just like hurts that quite a lot. Level 30 here, and 29 zone. A little over leveled. That is 4 link. On something that we could kind of make use of, so.
Must have time to
Where's our quest item? Where's Harvey Dent? When you're new to the game, you want to keep every orange until you reach the storage limit? Yeah. No, I definitely understand it. Then you're like, now what? Because you have no idea what's good and what's not. Early on, nothing's good. The staff we have is kind of okay. But, like, it's a lot to take in. I agree. To be fair, the kind of the TLDR of resists life, these being good, they're just kind of always good. Where is our freaking item? Oh, did we bob when we should have weaved? No. Still give us a little bit of damage. Let's take a look. That is anti-freeze, so maybe we do something with it at some point. That? Oh no, refusing, you say? That might save us a headache later. There's our quest item. I almost logged out before we picked up the quest item, that would have been bad. I'm logging out so that we don't have to use a portal scroll to get back to the base. That's the idea.
General Grievous, why are you still standing there?
Alright, so we maybe want to use an orb of binding on an item that is a pair of gloves. Ideally, energy shield only gloves. We would settle for these. Can't use them quite yet, but not really the right colors. Not quite my tempo. And it sells for a chrome, so we'll sell those.
Don't do anything like
We should have used this on the helmet or the shield or whatever. It's fine though. No big deal. Just leveling up. To be fair, we're actually going quite a bit faster. We're like 3 hours and 20 minutes into the start of the league, but we're also quite a bit faster than this pace, considering it was down for like 20-30 minutes. Maybe more total. Loud car outside? Yeah, you made the stream. Wait, what?
something eternal.
Did my brain filter it out? My brain filtered it out.
Question is, how?
Gas speed's gonna be nice. Gonna last clear a little bit faster. And it's a node we'll eventually have kind of for our later build. It's just not very important for us right now. Like the fact that we run slow as hell is like a bigger factor for like. Right now we're spending most of our time running, not casting. So in terms of how much it speeds us up, it's not a whole lot. Go down. It was a little bit ago, or it could have been on my end. I could have imagined it was in your headphones. I mean, I do think that my brain filters out loud cars to some extent. Spoiling, like, people are cruising. We're almost done with the storyline here. Normally on hardcore you'd be super careful about activating some of these because of a mod that actually popped there which freezes us. So it's normally very sketchy. What's that? What is that? Oh, rock cut, is it? Doesn't look like rock cut. Oh, that's cute. We could use that to level. Probably just fine for leveling. Oh, he's gonna do a ton of chaos damage to us. Right? Because we don't have chaos res. And we don't have any sort of leech or anything. So we're just gonna be straight bad. Hello, not a cockroach.
You, what is
I think we need this one.
I left that. We'll talk again soon.
Alright, we need that item.
Leave me.
Forgot if this has a... It does have a... To be fair, we probably don't need that. Well, certainly going to be better than what we're rocking right now. It's not as good. Good morning, Pop Up. Or good afternoon, rather. Yep, you're right. It is afternoon for us. Yeah, that's actually not going to be useful for us for leveling. Kind of cute. Did it roll high? Doesn't even have a roll. It rolled the nut low, so it's going to be unsellable too. I don't believe her. She's a cockroach. She was talking to us. She was saying we're not a cockroach. But you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe we are a cockroach. We're certainly about to die like one. I'm so glad we're not doing this on hardcore. We've died once, and it was kind of a silly death really, really early on, but like, even still, this would be like uber butt pucker from all the Necropolis mods. We're not, or Necropolis mobs, or guys with Necropolis modifiers that we're super not used to fighting. I guess we would make adjustments and be going a lot slower. Like, we don't have capped reses or anything right now. But... And especially like for this, we would want way more fire res than we have. But we are disgustingly overleveled, so there's that. Smell you later, General.
Where will your journey end, Exile?
Our journey will never end.
I
I thought the butt pucker was a feature. It is a feature. Sometimes we just want to feel alive. For the content though, us having to reroll characters a whole bunch, I think is actually just bad. Like the leveling process is a little bit less interesting, right? And so if we have to reroll characters a whole bunch because we die a bunch, then like instead of like actually progressing the character, it's probably a problem. Maybe we just suck at the game though. The truth hurts. Also, we held back from doing a lot of the content that a lot of the content I actually don't know how hard it is and I don't know how to navigate it because it's sufficiently rippy that I don't want to do it on a character that I have like 100 hours in or something, right? And so then we just end up like never doing the content and then I don't know how to do it because we never do it. So I think that this will be a nice little training grounds to do a lot of the like endgame bosses that we don't really do as well. Because I think the last time I streamed Path of Exile, it was like a 5-minute stream. It was on hardcore. It was a character that we had like, I think over 100 days worth of time played. And we did an Uber boss that we've never done before and we just died. And then the character was gone. And that was the last time we streamed. It's actually kind of a funny stream. I think it's probably my favorite stream ever. It's just like it's like, see you later, dogs. We'll kill full here. Yeah, we're just over leveled. We really should go and collect our Gravicious reward, considering we would be wanting to use that skill instead of what we're using right now. I feel like Cremation might be better, but we're not used to leveling with Cremation. So.
There you go.
We have 3 chromes. We could try re-rolling this to get more blue sockets. Oh.
How you doing? Good luck to you. What's going on? Bring me back something, Marissa.
Kalamoana. What do you want?
Yes?
I think we have a brand that we also use here. For Firebrand, right? Yeah. We're getting brand. And I think 2 combustion supports would work. We need more transmutes though.
Be careful.
The gem you just goodbye.
I'm not on hardcore, and I'm glad because I die every day, basically. I have a rule that I stop for the day if I die. That's one approach too. I thought about playing like 3 strikes. I also thought about just deleting characters, but doing this so that we could
Be kind if you can.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for the trade economy is much better. Was combustion not this? Thought it was this one. That might be a part of why low-key didn't like this game. You only played it on hardcore. I should just do a normal game. Yeah. I mean, this is our first time doing normal.
Need some
But
help?
like, dying on hardcore is definitely frustrating. So... No fire damage for Giuseppe. Did we just misspell combustion before?
Die.
I think we just misspelled combustion. The truth hurts here.
You want a wet?
Got combusted. Where the frick do we buy it? about to bust. Why does she have the X clan?
Thank you. Keep your life to your own.
Is it in Act 1? I don't remember combustion being in Act 1. I mean, I guess we could check. Maybe we're just blind? Could just be blind.
Hello.
Wow, it's in Act 1. Interesting. Alright. New skill, new me, baby.
And so, I take my first steps into damnation and content. Have time to gather.
So now we're gonna start cooking. As a skill, this feels so much better than rolling magma. I don't know if it's that much faster, but it feels so much better. We maybe got a sign flame ability somewhere. If it has each of the colors in the item, you can sell it for a chromatic orb, which is something we're kind of into right now. If you are going to play though, now's kind of the time, or I think February would be the next time to do it. Or, well, actually, sorry, Path of Exile 2 in December. So I guess there's that. There is indeed that. Cook through that bitch. We're also going to be way slower than ever, like the leaders, because the leaders are actually doing it in a group. The people who are going the very fastest. Oh, it's so satisfying to just one-tap the attack. Because we're super over leveled for the zone, but
Your conviction drives you, heretic. But have you thought what it might drive others to do in return?
I think like dropping a fat fireball on some mooks, something like that. Oh, I don't even know what Mooks means. I probably shouldn't say it. Gotta consult Yield Urban Dictionary before we say the words.
Talakoda.
Poison. Good luck to you.
We do like dropping some fireballs on some bitches, though.
Watch yourself.
Piety.
There we go.
And now you must.
Watch yourself.
Those sell for the
Be careful.
chromatics. Could use this increased cast speed. We eventually started using the open nearby chests, which like doesn't feel too good, to be honest. Maybe we go down this way. It's got some quality of life. We have to get down there eventually anyway. Mooks are like minions, just slang for fool. Okay, perfect. Just rhymes with a different one. That's a racial slur. And then I was just like, We do like dropping fat fireballs though. That's why I was compelled to agree.
I must have time to gather.
Also, you never know when you're gonna get League Mud. The dangers of being a streamer. Or of streaming. Okay, I was thinking of like identity the other day. You know, and to some extent, I identify as like a Victoria 3 player, but then I was thinking like, if I were to select my identity from the ground up, or someone who's good at Victoria 3, largely because I get feedback from it, right? But like if I were to choose something to identify as, like what would be the top 10 things I would want to identify as? Being like really good at Victoria 3 wasn't one of them. Or I didn't make a list, but like I also considered them like sometimes if you have a certain thing that you identify with, it like clouds your judgment towards other things. Oh, we need to do the descendancy thing. We need to backtrack and do the other thing. Actually, is our amulet any good? That's freaking useless. That's a little bit of an upgrade. Mainly because it's giving life. It won't be so fucking easy to kill. I believe the library has one of these things. Disposable bad guy that the hero mows down. Hell yeah, brother. Kind of became associated with fool or incompetent later, but it was gaming anime term first. He ran into the corner. Also, I don't feel as like anxious about reading chat if I'm playing on standard. I could just play better though. We're playing on hardcore. A little frozen action there. I think there's a Trial of Ascendancy in here. I think it's the other way. The Golden Pages is not as important anymore. It used to be the quest that you would do to unlock the ability to buy gems. That would have been a log out if we were on hardcore. Oh no. We done tricked ourselves. Alright. I'm just trying to remember where the last trial of Ascendancy is. I don't remember if it's this or not. A lot of goblins out here. True. Is it in here? Oh, I think it's just in the Imperial Gardens themselves, actually. So somewhere in here, there is a trial of Ascendancy.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, we even have this off to the right because we're blind. Alright. Little paragraph. They may be called the Palace Guard or the City Guard. Or the Patrol, whatever their name is. Their purpose in any heroic fantasy is identical. Let's grab like that. Where's our redone? Where's our thing? It is round chapter 3 or 10 minutes into the film. To rush into the room, attack the hero one at a time, get slaughtered basically. Yes. No, you're good. I don't mind reading the paragraph. I just, usually people don't type in that long of a thing on Twitch. We don't want the plum. God, there's so much shit to do. He's super Gucci though. Yeah, the single file effect. I always hate when people, like, in for movies, just whine about, like, a woman kicking a dude's ass, which, like, happens, like, a lot of dudes will complain about that, and they'll complain about realism, and it's like, dude, like, the bad guys, the henchmen, literally fucking single file the good guy in a way that's, like, completely defies all semblance of realism, and you're gonna get hung up on the girl winning. It's like, I would rather be a girl fighting a man than a man fighting 8 dudes, like, by a very significant margin. Like, if that's all the information I get is that I have to pick one of those two. Instant, like, locked in, would be in a woman today. People be like, it's not realistic. Kinda. Any type of henchman effect is not realistic, yeah. What comes to mind is, like, I remember, like, I think I got into it with someone on, like, one of the Fast and the Furious where this, like, little blonde chick, like, beats up the Rock. And it's, like, actually not nearly as far-fetched as, like, or, like, complaining about the realism in a Fast and the Furious movie, first off, you're, like, out of your fucking mind. But second of all, like, as far as the combat goes, or the action sequences, this is the one you decided was, like, not realistic. Like, this is your god.
I must have time to gather my will.
There we go. There it is. think this is the like kind of annoying one that's super easy, if I recall correctly. Oh, let's pick up the crafting recipe. All attributes.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
Really good, my sister could kick most people's asses. Yeah, I mean, the 8 to 1 ratio is nowhere near the threshold. It's just one where it's disgustingly obvious. Like, I think like 2 to 1 or 3 to 1 is probably where like I would rather be a woman fighting a man of like same percentile size and strength than being a man fighting multiple men.
Within these walls, the Lady of Justice.
Fast and Furious was realistic. It'd be called slow and properly planned. Yeah.
One hand, your heart in the other.
We're gonna do this. How we all died and end up in jail, or ended up in jail, basically. This is the hill you're gonna die on? Yeah, basically. Like, my attitude, like, 100%. Dudes just, like, get annoyed that, like, the chick is beating the shit out of a dude, and it's, like, nowhere near, like... I don't know. Part of it is, like, I worked at as a bouncer. And as a bouncer, came to realize there's a very strong correlation between which side has the most dudes and which side won. And this was probably the strongest, like, the strongest predictor of, you know, how fights would turn out. Also, if one gets the drop on the other, and like level of intoxication were also important factors, but like, and size and like kind of the usual shebang that like people think about, but.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Some things that slumber should never be awoken. Choose your path.
Oh my god, we have fucking no damage. I mean, it's super fine, but like...
You are inexhaustible.
We've leveled up a lot of characters with twink gear at this
The
point.
emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Force multiplier might even things up with more dudes, but more dudes can have more force multipliers. Wait, what? I mean, I think most people, even if you've done like MMA or this type of stuff, if you've never fought multiple people at once, like, fighting multiple people at once is like fucking stressful. That's like such an understatement. Like, you're just like, oh, I'm cooked. Like, even if you're far more competent than, you know, they are. Because, like, if one person uses 2 arms to grab one of your arms, and you're 1v1ing them, right? God, 1v1ing sounds insipid, but you get the idea. You just, like, toast them. They can't do that. But if it's a 2v2, suddenly one person grabbing both of your arms is not, like, a concession, right? It's an even trade. So, I'm not even, like, thinking about how tanky we are. Like, I don't think we take this fight if, I don't think we do this if we're in hardcore. Just quite yet. I guess maybe it's okay. Dominus, we definitely look to cap lightning res. Then there's the option of being Hannibal. Well, Hannibal's excluded, yeah. He just wins all the fights. You practice Aikido, but Aikido had nothing to do with surviving that shit. Hitting hard and getting to a narrow place and run does. I don't know if I'd want to get to a narrow place versus narrow place to run. But yeah, Aikido does. If I were to pick a martial art to fight multiple people, it would definitely not be Aikido. It would be like probably kickboxing or boxing. Or like Muay Thai or whatever, you know what I mean? Like something where you could try and knock people out. Because if you knock someone out, then it's evened up. But I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's like, it's not useful against multiple people. Not especially. You kind of just have to try and throw one person into another. In which case you're like, I wish I knew Judo instead. This Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu nonsense is not very useful. It's also not that useful in a one-person fight, because in a one-person fight, like IRL, you don't know if there's a third party, you don't know if they have friends, so you don't want to go to the ground with people. It's like a super good way for like the girlfriend to like kick you in the face with her stilettos. While you're on the ground with her boyfriend or whatever. So Topaz ring is probably going to be good for us, yeah. Good enough. Hard to be surrounded in a narrow place. Yeah, usually the narrow places are hard to like get up and run though. Or like once you're in a narrow place, that's kind of where you are very often. You know what I mean? It's a very committal. I'd rather not be as committed to where like the fight's gonna be in a general sense. You almost dashed right into that bitch. That's not the right one. That's the Basilica passage. That's not the Aspirant's trial. I mean, I get the idea though. I think usually if I'm fighting multiple people, I'm probably thinking more about trying to get away than I am to try and like beat them sequentially in a fight or something like this.
Must keep those promises. You must navigate your empire through trouble.
We're just wasting a bunch of mana because we don't have enough regen.
Receive your sentence.
This is our first 5 socket we've seen.
Show me your resolve. You are free.
Cool. 2 stone mesh boots. Nice, we'll take that. You got into too many fights as a high schooler? Yeah, I didn't get in fights as a high schooler.
You are worthy.
I don't know if I even got in one fight.
Justice. You are worthy.
Pretty nice picking up some uniques
Our
here.
blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this
We're just going to give quality to Ice Nova Gem.
deserve.
we're gonna look to eventually make it Ice Nova Frost Worlds. Let's do this. I almost logged out without doing the Ascendancy.
Drink deeply from God's chalice, for the faithful will never find it empty.
Transfiguration of Mind gives us more damage here from our mana. So that's gonna be nice. For some reason, people got the idea that jumping you at 3 guys proves they're tough. Yeah, high school could be rough.
What's going on?
I was honestly a little bit of a bully in high school. Or not high school, more middle school, but... that's like almost not better. I mean, is that just an upgrade on cast speed? Probably.
Don't do anything I...
Lightning resist on the chest piece. We're already capped out though. And no life. Four life for some cold resist. I guess we're not doing very good in the cold resist department. Oh, this is gonna be better than Lori's Lantern. Oh, maybe not for reses. That's kind of better.
You getting by?
Oh, mistakes were made. Guess we'll have to gain a level.
Don't do anything I...
Before we can use our flask. Oh, we are almost through it.
I must have time to gather.
Almost on Act 4.
Placed for the glory of God. Beautiful.
It's probably not worth it to walk back as an Og. Man, I think we've... The amount of time we've gone without, like, move speed boots is just so long that I think that... Maybe we're supposed to start a new character and, like, craft move speed boots? I don't know what we're supposed to do here to try and rectify that. Or maybe we're just really unlucky. I feel like almost every run I've done, I've found more move speed boots than we have in this run, and maybe we're just unlucky. Because we've not found anything, and we've tried a couple, like, craft attempts and, like, this type of thing. I'm a little bit surprised that, like, the election doesn't come up in chat at all. I was kind of expecting quite a bit of it. I guess there's not a lot of chatters, so it's highly dependent on the chatter. But... Or I guess if the chatter's not from America, it's not as much of a thing either. Still kind of a thing. First character to 65, brother. My brother in Christ. We have to keep in mind though, the people at the top of the ladder are using multiple people to like run it way faster. So like they'll run multiple parts of the story content like simultaneously. I'm indeed an American. Intentionally not talking about it here, don't want to start fights, that's fair. No, I think yeah, some people just don't want to talk about it. They're looking to escape it. Although that's like half of people, not although my viewership I think is generally left-leaning, because Victoria 3 has generally got a left-leaning player base. Although I also might appeal more to left-leaning people, I don't know. I guess would be no, but I don't know. There we have that. Another nice thing about not playing on hardcore is you don't feel the need to deposit your currency when you're leveling, just in case you die. Just feels like mildly self-defeatist. You're like, you know what? I'll be really sad if we die here. That's because the presidency doesn't matter, it's the CIA that matters to the US anyways. There we go. Too depressed to talk about it that much? Yeah. The thing that fascinates me is like the way the finger pointing is unfolding from like the Democrat side. Because everyone wants to blame someone, and a lot of people like have a lot of different ideas about who's to blame. I think a lot of the blaming is like also not particularly productive. Like I think some of it's on point, and I think a lot of it's not productive and misses the point. There are only a few of us here on YouTube. I also found dialogue and election pretty comprehensive on the day. I certainly learned a lot from your and American chatters' perspectives. Yeah, that too. I guess if the people were interested and they watch that, or they're watching the VOD of that, there's like it's not like my. I mean, a couple things that I've changed my opinions on a few things, but not a ton of things. The biggest thing is that I thought that running a campaign from like the middle was like a strong strategy, but like given that Trump lost like 3% of his votes and he ran far like appealing to the base, and Kamala like tried to run as from like a centrist perspective, and she like got clobbered and lost like 20% relative to Biden. Like that's a perspective I have to update, or I've had to update in light of like just kind of seeing how things turned out. I don't mind talking about politics, but I know other people are bothered, so I don't bring it up. No, yeah, that's fair. Also very respectful.
Exile has tested you, my brother. Now let's see what God has to say.
I have friends who are very upset. I also have friends who are delighted, but like I'm less concerned about the friends that are delighted. They'll be okay. So nice to have capped lightning res for this fight.
Of God, Exile. The light of divinity. Die.
That used to be the move, like the terrifying one-shot mechanic, was Dominus' slam. Back when I played, Dominus was the final boss, or back when I first played. And a decent chunk of my hours was back in those days, which is like the super like 15 years ago time period. And like we didn't know that like the rain outside the bubble just did a shitload of damage. I guess there's a long history of Democrats running as Republican light and then losing because nobody wants that. I mean, I definitely think some of the moderates want that. It's just, I think the problem is like, the base. Like, is it, like, the base, there's, like, the enthusiasm from the base for Kamala, as evidenced by the election, was, like, very, very low. I guess I wasn't expecting that.
You were my Genesis Dominus.
I'm generally more conservative. In the classical liberal sense, I wasn't a big fan of either choice. Yeah, that's probably pretty close to where I'm at. I mean, I identify as a libertarian, but I think that like class is an extremely important issue, and a lot of the more progressive stuff that liberals do is just like gets in the way of like being focused on class. Or is a distraction, or is like a platitude, or this type of thing. Level 36, so we're cruising. We're kind of okay with Resist too. Did we get Lori's Answer? No. Now's normally the time period where we would like kind of put on a chess piece. Because a chess pieces give you a negative boost speed, that's why we haven't put one on. But like honestly, we don't have run fast boots, and we don't really care that much if we die because we're on software, so we might just continue to level without a chest piece. But this would be like one of the first major adjustments we would be making here. Last time I was happy with my choices was the first time I voted. What was that? McCain Obama? I don't know. Just killing it because we have enough damage. We're just kind of over leveled though. I feel like we get over-leveled more often when we can't run very fast, because we end up spending more time killing guys. And then, like, overall, we're just, like, the run's a lot slower. Like, we should not be 37 in this zone. We also don't have a second move speed thing. I was wondering whether chess piece was some kind of equivalent, quest item? Chess piece? What chess piece? We're gonna get this iron grip nodes, or iron will node soon, so our iron grip thing won't be very good. God, we need more chromes. Our links are kind of little.
We opened the dominant.
Well, our items just kind of all suck. We haven't really gotten a single good pickup here. But we also don't have the currency to like restock it. Things. I mean, we have a 4-link here, so we could try and do something with that. Still keeping an eye out when we remember for +1 fire gems, wands.
Take care.
Which would play pretty nice.
What do you want?
Looking for 4 links and also looking for move speed. I mean, technically we can buy a 5-link, but that's like kind of a joke. Yes, actually, yeah, that sounds about right. I like McCain and Obama's messaging was appealing to me. Yeah, I like both of them. I wouldn't have that much of a, well, I didn't have Like, the Romney campaign is a little bit, like, similar, but I think if someone's relatively moderate, they would generally like McCain a lot more than Romney. Or, like, classical liberal or whatever you described. To be fair, McCain might be my favorite presidential candidate of my lifetime. If you're excluding primaries. If you include primaries, it's probably Bernie. I like Ron Paul a lot too. Not because I like his policies, but because, yeah, from my perspective, integrity. A massive willingness to, like, shoot himself in the foot. To communicate to the American people who he really was. He didn't, like, pretend to be something else. Do the little, like, gotcha, bitch. I'm really this thing. So. Don't like Rand Paul very much, though. Technically, maybe we should pick up the wand, because the wand can roll like a decent modifier. I don't know. We could also get started with the Calgar stuff. Excuse you. Okay, you said chest piece and I didn't hear it. Oh, yeah. Chest piece, yeah. A breastplate. We need the breastplate stretcher first. Man, fire resist. That's actually not too bad. This gives us mana, but not anywhere near that amount of resistances. I think the int and the life are substantive enough, but this might be better than that, actually. Probably is. Yeah, let's do it. Do it. And we can just alk this, maybe? No, that didn't quite get there. Not quite my tempo. Maybe we'll keep it though, because no, we're just like capped. Bro, we really have capped reses our first run with like absolute shit gear. I mean, we have very little life and mana, but they just actually cook it. Might actually be cooking for us. To be fair, we did die, yes, but that was super early on and that was something weird. Other than that, we've kind of been okay. Actually, we've almost died several times, so like maybe we shouldn't go there. Speaking of almost dying, huh? I have a new chest set with like triple weighted pieces. It feels so freaking good, but I haven't gotten to use it yet. And that is a chest set, not a chest set. I think we're kind of coming up on the time where we might start using a chest piece. And so maybe we'll kind of pick them up and ID them, and if any of them are particularly good. Like, this is giving a decent chunk of life and has the tooling. And we'll throw it on. Oh my god, I feel so slow. We were just kidding, we didn't mean it. We don't have enough move speed for like a chest piece to like feel remotely good. We need move speed so bad. Like, the more you have of it, the less you're affected effectively by the chest piece move speed penalty. But it's so noticeable given how little move speed we have. Maybe we'll only get through 4 acts today. There's some... I wanted to record something for Vic 3 today, so... We're being a little bit slower than we maybe would have liked. To be fair, we could always come back afterwards. I guess it depends how many viewers we have right now. To some extent. Probably gonna stream quite a bit of Path of Exile. Last time, when we were streaming Path of Exile, we actually were losing subs doing it. And then I decided to stop streaming it. I think we'll just power through any loss of subs we experience and stream most of what we play here with the Path of Exile, with the understanding that I think that a lot of times when someone unsubs, so first of all, subscribers like not a very good metric of like how well you're doing anyways. It's like a vanity number, and what's actually important is views per month. Or watch hours per month is even more important, but views per month is more easily comparable. I think a lot of the people who unsub are just like probably close to unsubbing anyways. So like, you should be less worried about thinking you did a particular thing wrong. They were probably already tired of your bullshit. It's like Generalist is going and invading South Africa again. What's new? Where the hell are we supposed to go, man? Are you making more Vic 3 gameplay? No, I think today I was going to do my 3,000 hour review of my 2,000 hour review of my 1,000 hour review of my 100 hour review. And I think that'll take me like an hour and a half to 2 hours to do. I mean, we did release a Vic 3 video this morning as well. And the review probably would drop tomorrow morning if we manage to do it today. And then Saturday would be a stream. Sunday would be a stream. I might change what we're doing on Sunday actually, and publish a YouTube video and then not stream Vic 3. We've been streaming Vic 3 most Sundays, but like every Saturday. Saturday is always Vic 3. Never not Vic 3. So, I don't know, I don't like this. There's one guy in here we have to be super kind of cagey about. The guy that blows up when he dies. Is Woe the move speed one? I always forget which ones of these are which. One thing I don't like about Path of Exile is sometimes it's very visually ambiguous what's going on. This is like, this can't pause. If this is the move speed thing, the thing is it's worth our time if it's the move speed one. Like if this is the upgrade for move speed, but if it's not, then it's probably not worth our time. And I just don't know which one's which. They have like fire resistance or something. No, it's spell damage. Alright, we're not going to open up the other one because I'm not sure, but watch Greed actually be the move speed one. No, I think Greed is life actually, so I think we're good. I think we know.
You ta-ta, not a cockroach.
Usually it's not the streamer's fault, but the lack of interest in a certain game after some time. Me as an example, I no longer play Civ 5 and 6 as I used to play. Yeah. This too, but I've never consistently shown Path of Exile, right? So when I'm getting unfollows or unsubs as a result of that. Speaking of invading South Africa again, I cannot express how excited I am if PDX released a resource scrambler game setting for Victory. That'd be super sweet. There was a mod. Gene is in chat sometimes. I don't think Gene's in right now, but they created a mod that scrambled the starting resources. Now it wasn't a randomizer, like, so it just scrambled them once, and so if you memorize the new resource locations, it wouldn't, then you would know all the resource locations, but I found it incredibly refreshing to not know where everything was. To some extent, that's one of the reasons why I've been enjoying playing the Wizard mod. What is all this? But, I mean, we're like we're maybe halfway through this act, right? No, probably not. Maybe? No. I think we'll be halfway once we finish Comb and Duresso, probably. Which is what we're doing right now. Why is the electronic industry good for bureaucracy and how to make it left? Electric industry is only good for bureaucracy? Wait, what? I'm not sure what you mean. Why is the electric industry only good for bureaucracy? You talking about the thing that makes telephones? I mean, your pops will consume radios too, but like, the inputs for those buildings are also relatively good, such that stimulating those industries you don't super care about, but like, it's pretty nice that you get to do that. Also, radios are something you need to consume for military goods, and so having domestic consumption of military goods flattens things out a little bit. That can be kind of nice. I haven't taken a close look at how efficient the PM is, though. I believe you're correct that it's not too terribly efficient, but... It's probably not worth it for... us doing those types of things is a part of why we're over-leveled here. Which we would not mind as much if we were playing on hardcore, but we're playing softcore. So being over leveled is probably just bad. Yeah. I don't know if it needs a buff, because it feeds into really important things that you can't not have. And generally speaking, the stuff that gets used as military goods tends to not... Or like, ammo's really inefficient as well. I don't know. Radios feeds into as a military good. The government spending on phones and whatever is going to be constant. I don't think it's bad that the industries are like not that efficient, really. Because I don't think it's too disruptive. I guess if it's inefficient enough to cause shortages, that's actually really annoying, but I don't think it is. Because then you are receiving feedback from the game that's like obnoxious. Like the first electricity PM sometimes being so unprofitable that you can't even, you can run a shortage and not even employ up because the building's not profitable enough. That's a bigger problem because part of what the game gives you is feedback, right? We're just not gonna... Hope we are gonna do it because we started it in sunk cost fallacy. And like, it sucks to receive feedback from the game, you know, that you're like doing something wrong and then you're not doing something wrong because the building's so inefficient that you should actually just run a shortage. Which is like what happens with electricity, because the electricity feeds into a bunch of PMs that are really good, but the electricity PM themselves is bad, so it's worth it to have like some amount of... Did we die here? Or did we get saved by leveling? Oh damn, we're so fucking hamstrung. But yeah, I would want to see electricity buffed. I would want to see automobiles buffed, because automobiles aren't worth building. But stuff that's a little bit less efficient, that you still is going to be worth building, like, you know, radios and phones, and steel. Steel's really inefficient, too. I don't know if I think that that's a bad thing, but it's like, steel's like one of the least efficient industries in the game, but you need it. So you build it, and then it's just kind of fine. I think steel probably is less efficient than, No, it's not less efficient than electric industries, I don't think. But it is really inefficient. If we were playing hardcore, we would stop, because I completely blanked out. Just, like, generally kind of a good way to die. Yeah, Chrome gets like really scary as he gets low life. So I think we kind of want to be a little bit... There we go.
Your way led to damnation, Calm. Find another.
Oh, find another Calm. Even multiplayer context, I thought automobiles for RV speed was good. I don't know about multiplayer. It's too hard for me to say. I know that automobiles really suck. If you build automobiles, you should export them to other people, maybe, to make it so that their pops demand them. But even then, I'm not sure. There was like... No, it's just like real bad, my guys. If we weren't so slow... we would use the chest piece. To be fair, we could use the chest piece for boss battles only, and we probably should have with Calm, but... Want to see chainsaws get buffed? Yeah, chainsaws is the most egregious, like, PM. There's actual no context where it's like worth it to use chainsaws. Chainsaws actually even increase the amount you spend on labor because they reduce the amount of laborers you need by 100, but they turn 400 laborers into 200 engineers and 200 machinists, which overall increases the wage multiplier you have to pay. Like, you have to specifically just have just an incredible need for pop, that like saving that 100 pop is just so worth. And any situation where you have that big a need for pops, you're probably not employing up chop chops anyways. Like, the wood's probably not employable, or wood's disgustingly expensive anyways. Like, because wood is not a very pop efficient industry. So to be fair, like, maybe you're looking at it from the perspective of you're trying to intentionally force the building to not employ up or something. I don't know. Maybe we're actually supposed to use the league mechanic to try and gear up to something like much more reasonable than what we have. We just have super shit gear right now. Yeah, there's a lot of things that multiplayer like makes a little bit different. I would venture to say that automobiles is still not worth it in multiplayer though. Like, the thing is what you would do is you would only turn on automobiles, like, if you're having like an apocalyptic PvP war. But even then, like, you get enactment speed, it's just still pretty narrow. And you know what you probably do is you just don't produce the automobiles, you just put in the demand for them. Or you produce out of like one thing. Produce as minimally as possible. Read his life. It's gonna give us a decent amount of damage. It's also gonna invalidate one of our gems. Yeah, let's just throw it out. Make Iron Grip useless. What are we doing? We like sometimes can't buy because we don't have enough transmutes and we're walking over transmutes. Not the way. How do I deficit spend in Path of Exile? Bro, I wish that was a thing. You just message people and you say, how about I pay you Tuesday for the item of today? And then they'll just laugh at you. They'll laugh you to the bank. Ooh, this feels a little sketchy. This feels like we're getting perma-stun, boys. I think we'll play through the end of this act and then call it a session. Maybe we get through there or no? No, it's just a pump egg. Oh, 41. We're running so slow. And I ran so slow today. And I ran all night and day. Get away. I generally swap one factory over to automobiles so you can use the transport option for armies. Though it's a luxury good, so your rich pops will want to consume it a fair bit as well. Yeah, the problem is it turns on their consumption of it, which causes like the demand to be really high, but the demand still is gated by the total sell orders, so you'll still have fewer sell orders if you just turn it on in one factory, and so that's the thing to do. Also, the guys that you really want advancement speed on, you don't actually care for about their fighting mobility. I kind of like dislike doing it, but like what you're supposed to do is you're just supposed to have like all cav armies, because they make the most out of advancement speed, and then you just like you don't care that you're running a shortage and you're like the shortage is causing you to have morale problems because it's like fundamentally not important. Which versus transport consumption's half the authority to tax. In consumption terms, goods value, consumption tax? I'm not sure what you're talking about. You're talking about taxing automobiles? The real problem is that it forces you to build more motor industries, which already are like not very good as well. It's like it's a little complex to like try and explain why cars are so bad. I kind of hate doing it. Because it's like the tooltip will read that the thing is profitable, and then like the building will actually like be relatively profitable and cars will be really expensive, and like from all your other like victory knowledge, it would seem like you're making a ton of money off of it, but you're not. Because it's forcing your eco to be more disproportionately like motor industries, which is like not good. And it's super inefficient per worker. To be fair, if you're like China or you have unemployment, it's actually like maybe reasonable. But you have to have like unemployment for cars to make sense. Which in itself like feels like it doesn't make much sense at all. Because like if you have massive unemployment, doesn't that mean you're like kind of overpopulated? And then wouldn't cars be less of a thing? I don't know. There's a freaking burning smell. I hope it's not the house. We're running back the burning smell. Is it coming from outside? Not like this. Not again. I'm gonna close my window and see if that helps. Oh, I forget there's like a wildfire. I don't know how close it is, though. I guess it could be that, though. Yikes. Welcome to California. Suppose it does all boil down to it's just not as good as other stuff. Bad opportunity cost. Yeah. Like, it decreases the amount of motors you produce. It means you need more motor industries. It's a lot of cold resist. We'll hold on to that, maybe, I guess. Maybe some of that. It's super nice not having to stress while leveling as well. Because we like kind of don't care about a lot of stuff, because if we die, it's like not a big deal. On softcore here. Ba-ba-dee-dee-da. I think closing the window got rid of the smell, so it must be outside. Gross. So, we're almost at piety. Man, the Stygian Spires spotting like weirds me the fuck out. don't know why we're killing it. I mean, at this point it's half dead, so we're gonna finish, but... I'm just used to Abyss Brain where, like, it makes sense for us to do it. These guys got regen? Alright, just kidding. We're just gonna run past this thing. We're just gonna waste our time and then run past it anyway. Amethyst ring. Interesting. No, we didn't even need to run past it anyways. Oh my god. I think we died before that hit. Just got stuck on the thing. God, that sucks. Let's do... We should have... Yeah, so that would have been a death on hardcore. I thought I had another flame dash saved up when I dashed in there, and then I didn't. Or I got stunned while casting it or something. I don't know. Super not used to these Necropolis mods though, or these Necropolis situations. Like, these guys fucking hurt, whatever they have. We're not gonna bother trying to kill these guys. We're over leveled anyway. And even if we weren't, like, it still doesn't make sense. It takes too much time. What do these guys do? Okay, well, if they're dropping 23 qual gems... I just don't know what to do. Crying, screaming, throwing up, just confused all the time. Maybe that was just a fluke. The gemling guys dropping gems, though, makes a lot of sense to me. Whoa. Maybe that was just a fluke. No. Doesn't feel like too much of a fluke. I tried to switch over to YouTube, however YouTube won't start the stream, it's just loading forever. Really?
Hello, you. Stop your online nightmares with certain.
I'm trying to see if I can load up the YouTube. No, it's looking... That issue is on your end, my friend. Or it seems... I can load up my YouTube live stream. I was gonna say, that would make the low view count make sense, but it's just because people just don't have an interest in Path of Exile. That's okay. I think you're still streaming there. I think it's on my end. Yeah, yeah. We do in fact have like about a dozen viewers in total. Which is not nothing, but I wonder eventually, we should have used, a thing on it. Oh well. Should use a transmuter and alch on that. But I can't wait until we actually have reasonable items. I forget which quests. I know there's some quests that give, like, the run fast flask. We probably should have just started another character and gotten ourselves another flask. We're doing this because we have the shrine buff right now. Although, again, we're over leveled, so maybe we should actually just... We should use the buff to just run through everything faster, not... Here we go.
You see, heretic, my god takes good care of me.
She always throw clockwise with that? I think she does. Maybe we're just supposed to dash over the edge then. Hate it when she has the wall. One of my least favorite rips ever was when, like, Heidi had an invisible beam. That was a vibe.
Twice it was Malachi.
I think it was the patch when she was introduced. Level 42 here.
Piety, my god. I am sure you will reveal your purpose in time.
Right, so... This is always kind of a natural stopping point. Because you have to do all of the things. We're going to take this swig. And try and get through this though. First to enter fields, nice. Nice suit. So many weird mobs that we've like not seen before. As part of the Necropolis stuff.
Gorgeous. Such lovely things.
Chevron.
Beauty shall
You are imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron.
I think there's only one organ on that side, and the other two are on the other side, if I recall correctly. So we'll just kind of head back. Malachi up soon.
Must have time to gather my will.
The weed rule. Guess we'll just dodge and stand in the vulnerability zone. That way we don't do less damage. Play a little bit faster. Normally that's not how we would play this. We would stand in the green one. Normally. PoE has no text or dialogue, just these idiots. Malagaro and Chevron.
Greatest form, no least a burden that sculpt.
No.
Your God-given talents were wasted, Malagaro.
No.
So tell me.
This is the final boss of this act.
I actually find myself admiring you in
We'll
this
level up here.
Templar. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together.
So far we've gotten
Isn't it?
quite a bit of offensive nodes over here and here, and then we're switching to going for mainly life and mana, which is how we're going to scale in the late game.
Darkness is being reborn.
Poor Piety. Couldn't take it. Look at us though. Look how jacked we are for an old man.
This is what I get for trying to be a bloody savior.
Yep, smell you later.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be nightmare.
That's what I need stuff. I think we went at a pretty nice clip here, but I fear it's because we're just disgustingly overleveled. And we spent a long time getting to Malagaro, but Malagaro feels pretty good in terms of the speed. We just have to kill the 3 hearts, and then just DPS him back. Just using our 3 skills. Just me and my 3 skill best friends. Here's the last heart. At least. We are in fact in love with that. Could it be the legendary? The move speed boots we've been dreaming for all this time?
You fought against death your whole life, Malachi.
I'm watching you.
Good luck.
Yes.
Alright, we got a couple looks at some move speed. No move speed. A lot of mana regeneration, fire damage, but no plus level fire gems. Hey, there's the move speed.
See ya.
So the trouble is here, we don't have too many Jeweler's Orbs, but we have Firestorm and Arcane. Is that really all we have linked to Firestorm? It's just Arcane Surge? Okay, well, we're gonna do this. I think we're gonna add the chest piece, and now that frees up the boot slot. We of course would want this 4-linked, but I don't think we're gonna have enough Jeweler's Orbs to really get kind of what we want out of this. Yeah. But look at this. Net, we're gonna be a little bit faster, but now we get to use a chest piece, which is gonna give us something like 70 life. It's gonna give us 69 life, actually. Nice. Conversion trap. What does this quality give? I have no idea what that can sell for on standard. Here's our kind of currency at the end of the session here. Just not wow doing Maven's Crucible. Homeboy is hauling. But I think we're gonna call it here. I don't know if this is it for today entirely. We might stream another session later. Just depends on what we manage to get done and how we're feeling about things. Definitely enjoying it, though. Well, this period's kind of the among the less enjoyable periods, which is we're just like leveling and getting through the acts and this type of stuff. But in decent shape. Here's our skill tree. I guess we could go over it really quick. For some of the people, because a lot of people seem less Path of Exile oriented, we picked Hierophant here, where it's going to generate us a lot of mana. Transfiguration of Mind allows us to scale damage off of mana, so every time we get a mana node, we're getting 30% of that value as damage, and then we get, this will give us more mana in terms of energy shield, which is a defensive layer, power charges and endurance charges, which help specifically for being a lot tankier on the endurance charges, more than anything else. Arcane Surge gives us 20% more spell damage, will help us to do a lot more damage. We started out taking a lot of these nodes, which are just increased damage nodes. We won't keep these for super long period of time, but they will be nice for leveling. And then other than that, we're starting to peel off and getting a lot of life and mana. Cast speed is another way in which we're going to scale damage eventually, but it's kind of nice quality of life leveling up. These we will eventually get rid of, especially because we're going to come off the fire skill, but for now they're giving us fire damage and elemental damage. This is life and mana. And then down here we are starting to get into some life and some mana. We'll get a little bit more over here. But that's kind of where we're at, where things stand. Just going for a very normal Ice Nova Frostbolts type build. Probably will continue to play this. But I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe. You know, do the YouTube algorithm thing, etc., etc. And other than that, have a good one. Goodbye now.